Hello, amigos. It's nice to see you very much out there. How are you? Long time I did not see with the glasses and the stuff on. I could not see. So it is good to be back just a little bit, just a little. It is good to not see you niggas. We got some things to do, Let's start here, niggers. Let's start here. Hotel, niggas. Hotel. Let me get some of this crap out of the way. See if I can get down to some real business. What's the deal? All right, what we got going on? Let's get it up. Let's get it going. Let's get it zooming. All right. Oh, yeah. All right. I know y'all see what I see. What you can see, the live lecture coming up, folks. Live lecture coming up. It's going to be in Baltimore, which is really the DMV area. So Washington, Virginia, in Baltimore, Delaware, Detroit, fucking Dubois. Come on down to the lecture. Crossing the Gates of Death, Brother Panic, and also Queen Khadijah Samdi is speaking. So we'll be both speaking at this event at the Marriott, 110 South Eutaw Street, EUTAW Street. This is Baltimore, Maryland, 21201, from 2 to 9, September 28th. So September 28th, I will be in Baltimore, up in Baltimore. 110 South Eutaw Street, or Eutaw Street. EUTAW Street. Just 35 at the door, 35 for the webinar. I bring a shitload of herb packs. Khadijah will bring her chakra tonics and baths. She will bring her book. I will not bring my book. I will bring a fuck-up fluid and perhaps the rose attraction spray and regular herb packs, a shitload of herb packs. 35 for the webinar, 35 at the door. For the webinar, contact VISEWESI@gmail.com. VISEWESI@gmail, or email or contact or reach out to her at occulturallyspeaking.com. OCCULTURALLYSPEAKING.com. Find out more information about what's going on with the webinar or the live event in Baltimore, September 28th, 110 South Eutaw Street, EUTAW Street. That's in the Marriott, Baltimore, Maryland, 21201, crossing the gates of death. So we're going to be talking about death, making the transition, kind of things we've discovered to expect, a mentality to have, and what's it all about. Q&As and all of that, crossing the gates of death with Brother Panic and Khadijah Samdi. See you there, the 28th. Can't be there, get on the webinar. I expect to see some niggas from Dubois in the building. All right, so why we are here today is because I want to share a piece of this particular nugget. I'm sure many have not seen this around. Maybe some of you have. It is out of print. It is hard to get. Currently on Amazon, there are 5, 2 for price at 75. Those 2 I expect may be going by some real niggas in a few moments. So there's really 3 left, one at 116 up to 200. and we'll see how far they go. I have seen this PDF on whatever the free PDF place is, or whatever you have to do if you want to get it there. I do not have PDFs. It is written by Frank Rudolph Young. Frank Rudolph Young also made Psychomancy. And Psychomancy, by its definition, or its Wikipedia so-called textbook definition, it's a divination system of spinning. But he calls Psychomancy a certain aspect or a particular way to look at a certain aspect of ESP. So the techniques he gives in Psychomancy, which I do sell as a PDF, if you can't get it. If you can get it, knock yourself out. Who cares? I give it for free in classes. So if you take my class, which is about to start this weekend, so now is the time to join. This, what I'm recording myself, is Zoom, a free program, well, for those who take the class. What it does different from Skype is by the time you get over 21 people in Skype, it gets wishy-washy. I've had over 60 to 70 people in my class at once. So therefore, there's no more limits. Ready to take the class? Come on in. We'll be taking it on Zoom. So you'll get Psychomancy for free. You also get Palo Mayombe out of print book for free, and you also get The Magician, one of my top 10 recommended books. So when people ask, what's that book I should get? What's the first book in my first book and the best book ever in the world? Because I'm so fucking lazy, I don't want to read two. What's the one book you got? That probably would be it. The Magician. It goes a very long way in a very short time if you truly are ready to receive, you know what I'm saying, the message. It's one of those books that can take you from here to there, and it's very simple. And this may be a reason it's out of print, because it is one of those breakthrough books. Like I said, I give it for free on class, if you take class, or you could just get it from me, or you could just find it on your own if you're that type of sleuth. If you're not, boom, $50. Now, what I want to deal with is a couple of chapters in this, because the beginning is really all you need for our purpose. It goes further, and I'll read the table of contents maybe when we're done, so you can get an idea of where the book actually goes. It's just more detailed. But once he sets you up, I think you're set up. So we're going to read the setup. Now, it's a shame that it's come down to I got to read to you, but it's come down to I got to read to you. So let's go on and do that. All right. Let's see. Too old to even see what the fuck is highlighted anymore. All right. Here's something he mentions. The book was written in, I believe it's 1968, but I'll confirm it. Book, baby. 1968, Parker Publishing Company. So 1968. So even in 1968, he had to address this issue. And I would say this is probably the most prevalent issue I found in my years of dealing with this particular information, of raising people up, and what problems they run into constantly. And it says you have to refuse to let yourself believe that you don't have enough looks, personality, or anything else that you need to win anybody to you. Just gaze at the person you want to win and visualize yourself as being his or her ideal, whether you are that creature or not. Do that with everybody you want to win to you. Just visualize yourself right there before that person at being suddenly converted into his ideal, whether it be romantically, socially, professionally, or in business. At the same time, visualize yourself as looking exactly like his or her ideal, no matter how different from his ideal you may look. Fill your eyes too with a strong liking for that person, since nobody normally likes that person who despise since no one normally likes this person. Says no one normally likes this person. I get where they're going. Your astral body will receive that picture from your conscious mind, and it will suppose the very likeness of an individual over you, of that individual over you. The person you want to win will instantly see with his psychic power center only that astralized picture of you and will accept it as you and instantly be enthralled by you. All right, so two things. The thing I set up is not this. We could talk about this, but the thing I set up was this idea, and this speaks to part of it. That's why I thought we were talking about that, of this lack of self-confidence in every way. The lack of self-confidence comes out in hundreds of ways in an average conversation, though no one says ever, I'm not confident. Well, I can't say ever because people have said that to me. No one chooses to say or open up with, I am not confident. I do not feel I'm worthy. I feel I don't understand. I feel none of these things ring true to me as the path to go. Mind you, most of the things that you need to do, you did as a child, but you were trained severely against your own childhood way of thinking. And primarily the key to all this shit, the glue that puts this entire matrix together, is your imagination. And you were taught as a child, the imagination was something you were doing wrong, something that was a crime. Stop daydreaming, sit up straight, pay attention. Stop playing, you play too much, grow up. You know what I'm saying? This type of thing is actually a programming. What is programming? What is it? Well, when I tell you the subconscious mind is manipulated by three primary ways: trauma, symbols, and repetition. One of those three methodologies would be what you need to look for in any scenario to see if you're being programmed by it. Because no matter how smart you are, how bright you are, no matter how intelligent and sharp you are, if you undergo one of these three processes, you're going to be affected because it's communicating with something that is wide open, unless in that very moment you stop it. So you're wide open for it. So in other words, you could say, I'm going to go into the military. And everyone on earth knows when you go to boot camp, they're going to mind control you. That's what they do. They don't even hide it. They say, listen, we're going to break you down, then build you up. So when you come there and walk through the door, what's your name? My name is Panic. Well, Panic, you're a piece of shit. Panic, you're homo. You come from Queensbridge. Queensbridge sets homos loose in the world. So there's no way for me to talk, argue. I'm just accepting this in a traumatic form. Remember, they're banging garbage cans. They're yelling in my face. So what are they doing? Just because they're using trauma. Clearly programming. And then it's repetition. Climb it up, climb it down. Go in, go out. Fold your bed, unfold your bed. Fold your bed, unfold your bed. Open your canister. Stand up straight, at ease. Stand up straight, at ease. So this repetition has already started conditioning the subconscious mind for programming. So everything they tell you in between that, stand up straight, sit up straight, attention, walk, and then the repetition songs in a repetition fashion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2. That rhythm is repetition. And everything they do in between is programming. Ultimately, you can have whatever disposition you want there. As long as it ends up with you with a gun in your hand, then all the other shit about how you feel don't matter. The other thing is symbol. Of course, there's symbol. My beloved core is a symbol. Rifle by your side is a symbol. You get the hat today, that's a symbol. Your boots shining them, a symbol. You understand what I'm saying? It's teaching you how to be ensconced in symbol, to be controlled by a symbol. Where 30 years later, you could be sitting on your ass in the park on your own time, feeding the squirrels. And someone go, Marine, and you just straighten the fuck up. Because they said Marine. Because it's a symbol, just saying the name. And you get into symbol form. This is a symbol. You know what I'm saying? This is programming. Even you, who don't know shit about the Army or shit about nothing, if somebody did this shit to you at the bus stop, you probably go, at ease, sir. You don't know shit about nothing. So they can tell you it's going to program you. But if they do that, it's going to work. It's going to work. So that's why I go so hard in knowing that, because that's the foundation of the things you can use to see where you're being attacked. And your attacks come those ways. Nobody who knows anything about anything, and nobody who knows anything about the occult does not understand what I'm telling you. It has been weaponized against you. You have now been broken down and built up. Just like in boot camp. So in the beginning, I'm Panic the Maggot. Then towards the end of that 2 weeks at boot camp, I become Panic the Marine. But then they'll give me a new name. Watch Full Metal Jacket. He automatically started naming everybody. That's another way of saying what you identify with as Brother Panic no longer exists. This is psychological warfare. You are now Private Potato. Potato, yes sir, I'm Potato reporting. You understand what I'm saying? You were whoever the fuck you was when you lived in Texas. Now you Private fucking Potato. They had Gomer Pyle, Private Pyle. He said that nigga looked like 300 pounds of chewed bubble gum. You feel me? Breaking this nigga down. And they showed where he couldn't make it, killed himself. Whereas Private Joker, which represented someone who didn't take himself so seriously, didn't take life seriously, by the end of the movie, he was killing someone. Get what I'm saying? So what they was trying to point out, I believe, in that movie, how anybody can become a murderer. There's a path to becoming anything here, and that's the trick. Especially if you don't know what you were. So your enemy is going to destroy what you were with the hopes, and in this case, mostly the successful hopes of making what he wants. Even the free Negro in America is still a product and a reaction to the fucking savage that controls him now. So what I see is the result of programming of people who not only were originally trained to get their imagination shut down, they keep perpetrating it generation after generation as intelligence. When the greatest intelligence in existence is your imagination, because all the other stuff, spiritual in nature, and I'm assuming if you're watching this, you're not looking at this for me to convince you. You're convinced already. I'm no longer, or I really never was in, but now I'm going harder. I never was in the business of convincing you of who you were. You have to convince yourself. Hopefully, I give you enough tools that I do a job well enough for you to be able to use me to help convince you of what you need. But I'm not here to prove shit to you. I'm here to prove shit to myself. And I looked at the bounties of all the shit around me. And we're not just talking about the physical shit that I know a lot of you niggas can't pull off. Spiritually, tight and right. All my spirits is talking like they're supposed to talking, in the language they're supposed to do it in, with the information that is dynamite! Dynamite! It's fun being this guy. Based upon mysteries and certain revealings, which are extravaganza. While I do this Holocaust, the best that could possibly be done. And so I don't need to prove nothing to me. I'm fucking convinced what this is. I am fucking convinced what this does. I am convinced how to use Baphomet. I am convinced I shared with you everything I figured out on how to use it. I am convinced it works. And I need to explain how it does it. I'm only interested in what works. I'm not interested in the fucking emotional psychology of a symbol that we need to discuss as Black people. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? If the Uber gets you to the party, sit down at the bar, have a drink, bitch. Stop crying, nigga. Sounds good. So I'm trying to talk to those who are looking for the information to go to the next step in their realization of self. And this is a journey you have to be on, not a journey I can put you on, or not a journey I can convince you to stay on, or a path that I want to lay your way. I'm not a preacher. I don't give a fuck to preach to you. I don't personally love you. Like someone put up a comment like, which was a total lie. I just met him and he's arrogant in real life. Two things. I'm probably the most gentlest, sweetest guy you want to meet if you're just meeting me. If we're talking this shit, I am fucking arrogant. I am confident because certain shit is just true. And I am convinced it's true. And my confidence, I would only hope works to not bruise you in some sort of way in your heart based upon how you feel Black people should act, be, as a personal friend to you or personal friend on YouTube. And even if I did meet you and it was the worst meeting of your life, what would that have to do with the information that you came to? My personality versus this information is not synonymous as long as the information holds up. When I started seeing random white people at my lecture, I'm like, are you in the right fucking place? And I'm not confrontational to say, well, why don't you get the fuck out? I really don't care. They can't do nothing but so much without no melanin. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter to me. But the white boys would answer, I don't care what you got to say. I just need this information more than life itself. I say, shit. Do you know how far niggas would be if they had the same mentality? See, the white man ain't got nothing to lose in a nigga lecture. You know what I'm saying? But you niggas, because you can't do shit yourself, or having problems with whatever you're doing, and that's the assumption. And I'm sure I'm very close to it. I know in your mind you think you're the shit, but you pick other shit to focus on because you can't focus on the information. Because I've met plenty of people who don't give a fuck anything about my personality, what I'm talking about. They're there for the information. They don't even want to hear small talk or stories or nothing. Give me the shit. Because it's about them. And they know with that information, there are things they can do with it. So I don't hit, like, to have a whole comment, which doesn't really bother me. Like I said, I observe these things, so I'm only bringing up one observation to talk about a mentality. And it ain't really about this person. I don't know who, nor do I care who. You know what I'm saying? It's invisible. But the mentality of that reverberates in a bigger way, not just with me, but any of this that you're focusing on, what they're doing. You know, by this clickbait. Clickbait wouldn't work for us unless we were more interested in the gossip aspect of what's going on, in the personality of what's going on. And it just has no place for the studier. But then again, who said these people were studying? So that's why I'm reiterating, I talk to those who study. Otherwise, nothing I do will work for you. My personality will not work for you. My friendship will not work for you. How's Bobby Hemmett doing will not work for you. Like, you gave me a gift and I just started crying in my heart will not work for you. I'm not coming to your town because I love you. If it's just you and me, I'm not doing it. There's got to be enough people from your town. So just saying, when you coming to Texas, ain't it? Email something so we can put you on a list somewhere. Other than that, none of that's going to work for you. But if you came to study, I'm your fucking man. Because I'm going to show you a book, the book, or give you something out of a book that you may not be able to get so easy. That is a gem that you can use. And that's all you should be interested in. In fact, why the fuck waste your time commenting on anything? To what end? Who are you informing? Who are you, like, what's that information about? Like I said, I haven't even been nowhere. Well, I haven't been anywhere. Speak proper now. I haven't even been anywhere since Philly, which was it Philly? I don't even remember. Where was we last? Philly. Wherever. Either way, when you're in this lecture thing, I'm not even the same fucking person I am at home. It becomes a whole new meet and greet and hello personality. There's no reason for any hostility. I don't want the hostility. So I'm not going to facilitate hostility at a live lecture. It's a whole different meet and greet atmosphere. So it's not a strictly, here's the beef, here's the meat. The meat has always been this scenario since I began. This is where the training went down, besides class and all the rest of that shit, which is even another personality you would see from me. So it's ridiculous to say you have met me and felt any kind of way. It's a lie, because I know every person I met in consciousness, and I know if there was heat or grief, because we look for that. We look for that hostility. The most hostile people I find, and that's only because it's the sheer bulk of the people, would be in New York a time or two. And that's only because you're meeting hundreds and hundreds of people in one sitting. I go to a city, and everybody knows each other. There's no reason for it. And then when some of these people meet at this lecture and become friends forever, it's a ridiculous thing. So we need to cut out this fucking ridiculousness, because that's actually why we cannot tap in. We cannot tap in because of this ridiculous. So what he's even addressing here is about the imagination, is about how to imagine yourself and to take power from another situation. This, to take power right here, what I just got finished reading, is absolutely talking about how to humble yourself to take power. So whatever arrogance you see in a lecture, the science is not to walk around arrogant, because to walk around arrogant, you alienate folks. And they may just be the person making your sandwich, but you don't want no hopping in on your bread. So there is a way, and I figured this out a long time ago by reading shit like this, of how, see what it's telling you, let me read it again so we're familiar with what we're talking about. Just visualize yourself right there before the person suddenly be converted into the ideal, whether it be romantically, socially, professionally, or business. At the same time, visualize yourself looking exactly like his or her ideal, no matter how different from his or her ideal you may look. So with your imagination, he's trying just to do that, to do this exercise, which is, if I see someone who I go on a job and they're my supervisor and they're treating me a funky kind of way, they don't like me. So do I use dark magic and black magic powers that you niggas imaginate from the movies? No, you actually submit yourself. And you have to submit yourself to be able to visualize their ideal, what they would like to see in you, what you see them see in someone else in life, and you're not even going to imitate that individual. You're only going to use the power of visualization to become that individual, or the attributes that the individual has that this particular individual like. So it's a constant system of domination and submission. So you have to know the differences between the two, which means I can't walk around with a constant ego or constant arrogance, because then I'm gonna miss how to see the other person and what they need from me. And sometimes this can be handled through behavior manipulation. You don't have to go that far. And sometimes you have to use your mind. And it's through heavy, hard visualization. So that takes a form of submitting or stifling the ego, which this is not new news. Like it's I don't want to say it's bothersome, but it's silly to me when someone makes such a unanswered, ridiculous fucking accusation when I'm showing you that I'm aware of this shit right now. but it is what it is. I think they give a and I'm not sure why I highlight everything, but we'll go through it and find out. This says you can control your weight with, first, the book is called, and I think I'm saying it right, Psychastra, or either Psychastra or Psychastra. It's spelled Psychastra, what would be Psychastra or Psychastria. Subtitle, Key to Secret ESP Plus Control by Frank Rudolph Young. Again, he's the guy who wrote Psychomancy. I talked about Psychomancy for years. Even Psychomancy is a weird name for that book. So I think he was either using names of that day or trying to add his own spin to shit, because he's calling what we're about to get into ESP Plus. I don't know if we can call it that. We can just call it spirituality, or we would now. That's some spiritual shit. But even if we call it ESP Plus, he's talking about a specific technique in empowering yourself, which I haven't heard until this book, which means it's a breakthrough meditations we're going to go through, a breakthrough mentality, something that may have been lost for a while. Let's talk a little bit about the author, so you know at least who's writing this shit, or which white man is writing this shit. Frank Rudolph Young has devoted his entire life to the search for the secret of ESP. Now, he has a few books on ESP, and he's banging on them. Techniques, how-to. We put out little beads for prestige. So he writes a lot of how-to, a lot of techniques, a lot of exercises. So his body of work proves that he has dedicated his entire life to finding out the secrets of ESP. For 30 years, he methodically searched out and investigated every occult, metaphysical, and mystical phenomenon on record. His studies range over 6 continents: North America, South America, Europe, Asia, Africa, and Australia, and 9 leading universities. He was preceded in his work by his father, who for 40 years invested the secret of psychic power in the West Indies, Central and South America. You heard that? So that says a lot to me. His father was 40 years down, traveling in the world and passing on to his son. That says you kind of have something about you. But even more so, his grand uncle was a long-lived yogi in faraway India. I don't know if Frank Rudolph Young had any melanin or was just a regular white man. Oh, okay. Well, let's read a little bit more then. Psychastria, psycho-astro power, is the magic key to unsurpassable secret power. It is required, relentless, searched by ancestors. It was required relentless search by ancestors, we saying the word ancestors, spanning over 140 years. And extending across every continent of the globe to at last find the magic key to it. He has at last found the magic key. It was discovered, concealed in the innermost sanctums of psychic masters of Egypt, India, Africa, and West Indies. The author himself set out early in life to uncover the science behind the workings of the magic key. After 35 years of investigating at the university after university, library after library, discussing it with big money people and ex-presidents of North and Central America, famous film stars and producers who happened to touch it and make enormous success with it, the dozens of business and professional men, he was satisfied it could be made to work for his students. Sound like he's selling it a little bit though. In the book, it reveals the unsuspected science concealed with the magic key, and the teacher how to seize it, use it too. The supremely gratifying results in the Western world, the more touching this magic key, the man, all right, I'm not gonna keep going on. I think you get the point. Yeah, he's selling it at this point, but he's talking about this magic key. Now, I do find this meditation and this understanding that he drops very advanced or very useful for us now and for most folks. All right, let's see what he says about fat, folks. You can control your own weight just as Reginald Owens did. Right, I know why I say this, because I want to kind of show you within the method of what he's doing just for weight is the method you need to understand. Because if you understand this method, that means it puts you in a position for anything that comes down your personal pipe that you need answers for. This method can be applied. This is not the magical key yet. This is just a method that you can use in your imagination to understand the climate of what you should be doing, period. You understand? So to understand this is to understand more things and maybe stop asking me dumb shit. Hello, I'm glad you have come today. By turning angry at your food immediately before a meal, you discourage rabid hunger from your stomach, and you replace it with moderate hunger. Very true. How many times have you been with your girl, you're starving, you're about to eat, you arguing with this hoe in the car, and by the time you get there, you're hungry, but you ain't hungry. You can eat, but you ain't want to tear that. You weren't going to make a happy plate that day. No. Because the hunger is replaced with anger. Now, you don't want to fill yourself with true anger. You just want to be mad at the meal. You understand? Even when you stop indulging in the artificial anger routine, soon thereafter, your hunger will not turn rabid easily. Again, because your digestive glands have atrophy to a degree and therefore secrete less digestive juice when you approach the dinner table. Maintain that routine for a while and you will reduce your calorie intake to a normal point without trying to. Like Reginald Owens, your astral body will have evaded your digestive glands astrally and blunted phenomenally into the excess hunger feeling of it. All right, so your hunger and weight is based upon your attitude towards food. And we say that all the time. Well, a healthy person has a better attitude toward food. Therefore, you know what I mean? A exercise person has a more healthy attitude towards life and movement in the body. Therefore, he looks sexy, his stomach is flat. But Dr. Africa has already taught us that most of your eating has everything to do with emotion and very little to do with actual hunger. Case in fucking point. You know what I'm saying? Hello, how are you? Nice to meet you. None of this is a totally unnecessary entity, as is this. If you get a chance, watch. I noticed on the History Channel on demand now, I don't know how long shit like that hangs around. Our show called Soda Wars, the wars between Coca-Cola and Pepsi. Some of the most grandiose mind control. If it wasn't done against us, if it wasn't done against me, meow, and those who look like me, it would be such a fucking artwork. Pepsi's a fucking genius. Pepsi Challenge. Michael Jackson was a key move for Pepsi. And while they're giving it to Coke, which was considered an icon, while Pepsi's the choice of the new generation. But when you see when Coke was created, Pepsi was also created in 18-something. Like, it's just as fucking old. But Pepsi has more sugar than Coke. So they said anything that you challenge and more sugars, then they're gonna pick, you're just gonna pick more sugar. So they knew with the Pepsi Challenge what they were gonna do. It was a breakthrough because there was no pop stars endorsing shit until Michael Jackson did for Pepsi. And shit you see today with all of them, not just soda, is based upon that time. They said how the actual burning of the hair went further than you would think. I peeped something that no one said. What Coke did in this war, I want y'all to see it so y'all can see this shit too. Because I want y'all to see how decoding is and what psychological warfare is. And this psychological trick Coke tried but failed. Coke introduces new Coke. Well, first of all, because of Pepsi, Coke introduced Diet Coke. And no, even going back, they wanted to introduce diet soda for women, but they had to maintain this Coke classic taste. And at the time they couldn't, with sugar-free. So they introduced a product called Tab. And at one point, Tab, which is totally disgusting drink. It was before the aspirin. So it was like, it had this aftertaste, unbearable aftertaste. But it still was competing with Pepsi. Eventually they did Diet Coke, and Diet Coke was competing with Pepsi. They said this was a psychological G move because if Pepsi's the classic, the real thing, number one, and I'm sorry, Coke is this, and Pepsi's the underdog needs someone to fight. So if I made the fight with my second, that means Mike Tyson or Ali, Coke, is sitting around untouched. You busy fighting Diet Coke, my son. And psychologically, it says you are no longer even competing with the real thing. You're competing with outside bitch. So it was always number one, number two, number three. So then you get Michael Jackson or whatever. And it's Coke's turn. Here's what happened. Here's what I think the plan was. They come out with something called New Coke. New Coke is sweet like Pepsi. Now, here's what happened. While this New Coke happened, Pepsi pretty much jumps in the middle of all of this bullshit and says, we won. Y'all niggas quit. Y'all took the old ones off the shelf. We got you off the shelf. I don't know what this new shit is, but we knocked the old one out the box. Now come on. So Coke is like, we don't know why we changed. We just needed to change. We wanted to change. We don't know why we did it. Pepsi answered, we know why the fuck you did it, nigga. Because of us. So Pepsi totally ruined this moment. Now they said when they had press conferences about the new drink, it was all about, did you quit because of Pepsi? Baffled. A lot of niggas was fired. They eventually said, we're going to keep New Coke. There was an uproar. We want the old Coke back. Never really got no momentum. People still talking about Pepsi. But you seen it was there. And this dude was doing all this dramatic shit. Right? Now, they eventually said, all right, we'll bring back the old Coke. We'll call it Classic Coke, but we'll keep New Coke. And both will be out. That actually was the plan. Think about it. If New Coke tastes like Pepsi, they needed to introduce some sort of dramatic fashion, something to truly get against Pepsi. They had Diet Coke doing it, but what they wanted to do was say New Coke, and New Coke eventually would battle it out with Pepsi. Remember, they both sweeter now, and then they would still always have the idea, we'll bring back Classic Coke because we know you. But what they wanted was to say, this is what it would have, if it went Coke's way, this is how it would have went. And I see this shit was really devious. It just fell back on them. What they wanted to do was create New Coke to make it actually be a counterpart of Pepsi and take away old Coke. They wanted the public to cry out, which there was cry, but the momentum wasn't as big because everyone was talking about Pepsi, because Pepsi went right at it. But if Pepsi didn't know what to do or they didn't foresee, that's how dirty and Pepsi put it. Pepsi dealt with the elephant that was in the room. If they didn't do that, they had this one guy who was starting this public outcry and momentum, bring back old Coke. What they wanted was this big cry saying, we want old Coke, which is a way of voting, because New Coke is really actually Coca-Cola Pepsi. So by saying we want old Coke, we want Coke Classic back, is another way of saying we don't want Pepsi psychologically, because they just know it is the sweetest soda. So psychologically, by saying that, it would have been a big public campaign, and they would have been able to use that as a way of saying we're better than Pepsi, just that Pepsi intervened. So psychologically, man, this shit is fascinating. My suggestion as an occultist, you get familiar with this because that's how your enemies operate. That's how you should operate mentally. You know what I'm saying? We're not talking about sinister, but you should operate in that form of thinking. That form of thinking is how you activate and work with the bigger parts of you through your imagination. Otherwise, it doesn't. So how do you stop eating food? Remember, all the shit you eat, you sit around and go, crunchy much? I love it. Then what if I start saying, I hate it? Then I think of it, you could eat something and be like, oh, I'm good. I don't want to eat no more. You got to think of that moment. That's how I stopped eating beef. In the 80s, I said, I want to stop eating beef. I kept eating it, but every once in a while, like any fucking thing in America, you eat it, you get sick from it, especially fucking meat products. You could just be eating that shit all day. That's why you can't go crazy on that shit. And you'll just get sick. A lot of your sicknesses is from that shit you don't even know. Shit that's a little bit more complex, like depression, your fucking, what do you call it? Bipolar activity. You may just cry in the bathtub or the shower. Shit like that may come from eating meat as well, besides just the obvious things that you just said. But I ate a hamburger that made my stomach upset. And I harnessed and meditated on that feeling. And each time I wanted to eat beef, I thought of that feeling in depth. So I got myself to hate beef, to dislike it. You follow what I'm saying? To dislike it. With pork, I just started thinking of worms. that each time you've been into it, there's thousands of worms in you. Ugh. The thought of that shit still fucks with me. Even though when you look at the new updated Instagram list of everything that got pork in it, shit, nigga, bon appetit. I guarantee you this shit got swine somewhere in the goddamn thing. High fructose, low fructose, lecithin, brown sugar butter. Shit, find out popcorn may be meat. Fuck around here. So that process is the key. And you do it enough, most of what comes online in you are certain elixirs by your endocrine glands. Certain spiritual elixirs come through certain light meditations. You can meditate in a light room or visualize certain light for certain things that happen in the brain, in the pancreas, certain areas that you call your chakra system, the glands that are connected to them, excrete different elixirs, if you will. Sexual elixirs and so on and so forth are excreted by you, and they can be activated with thought, with imagination. This is key shit. I know it's simple sounding, dumb sounding, but you need to remember, as I told you about programming, remember, you used to use your imagination all the time. Someone told you that it was dumb. Stop that. Sit up straight. Pay attention. Men don't do that. Stop acting like a boy. You can't focus. Daydreams too much. Come on. Stop me when I'm lying. So I get a picture of my mom in here. My good old mama. Let's see. Little freak ass nigga looking at her leg like that. Let's see what I can do. Get this popping. Hold it like this for a while. I get some face in there. I don't think it's gonna happen. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, let's try that for a while. So, let's see his definition between ESP and ESP+. Webster's dictionary defines ESP, extrasensory perception, as perception outside the realm of the senses, apart from sense perception. Now, ESP+, consequently, obviously means a greater infinity, greater power than ESP. So he's saying that is clearly a word he made up, trying to describe something that there either wasn't a word that people were applying to it. Most white people and scholars weren't. We would just say spirituality. So they weren't using that word to describe these things yet. And I could see why, because if he's trying to sell it to students and the rest of that shit, you say that, they're just going to say that's nigga shit. Why are we doing nigga shit? But they wanted words like extrasensory, sensory perception. Makes it seem like you know some shit. ESP, he states, is primarily concerned with the mind and body contacting the astral body. So the mind and body contacting the astral body. That's usually what most people are concerned with. Not getting shit back from the astral body as much as they should want to. They're mostly contacted. What is it? How do I control it? How do I manipulate it? How do I say hi? What is it? So we're still at the point where we're trying to contact it not getting and receiving from your astral body, or your spirit, or your ka, or your higher self, or what you call your spirit guide, which is just really yourself. If you're a black person of melanated. You have melanin, you have a ka, which is what melanin is. White people don't have enough melanin, therefore don't have enough higher self. That's why they're not guided by nothing. That's why they could be the grooviest, coolest white person. Some other white person says, red alert, careful of niggas. That same groovy, chill white person that you know will fucking stab you. That's their nature. That's their nature. They do have some black people as spirit guides. They do. Because without those black people spirit guiding those white people who feel that's what they're looking for, that's what they're seeking, without those black people telling them, motherfuckers will still stab you. A lot of why they can move from A to B with you, and they're not really doing too much of a great job of that, is because there are black people telling them or guiding them, for the ones who choose to seek ESP plus and ESP. But for you, and you can't really speak up too much for black people listening to the higher voice as well, but we have one. Because if we have ignored it enough and told it to go to sleep enough, that's what it will do. The same way, if you tell yourself each time you're eating an overindulgent snack, I hate those snacks. And there's times you do that. You just get tired of eating the dogs and the cookies and the crap. Or you may be in the mood for eating a Suzy Q, and all of a sudden you go, I don't want it. You don't just say, no, I won't have a Suzy Q. When you think of it, you're like, nah. But they're still in that cabinet, though. Because there's times, ooh, get one of them fucking Suzy Q's down there. You know what I'm saying? And there's times like, that should have just go to waste because you bought it because it was in your mind and you don't eat it. So you do control your snacks, believe it or not, with a series of likes and dislikes. So if you consciously use dislikes to start controlling areas of things you feel you're addicted to or things you want to slow down or stop, it can. And your body reacts with elixirs that put you in that mood. Like, what do you think is happening when you don't want to eat this particular food versus the times you do? There's a chemical thing in you happening based upon your thoughts. You're thinking, I'm eating this crunch, this sweet crunch, because I'm mad about love. Ooh, just got deep on you. Hello, how are you doing today? I know what you mean. I know what you're thinking. Must be mad at love. So mad at Khadijah. And then she rubbed me in the back of my head. Oh, nigga. All of a sudden, I don't get on the crunching much. I was on it, but I wasn't on it. There's an emotional change that happened that dictates that. This is an emotional food. It is. It's not a necessary food to eat to survive for nutrition. You should eat that shit on the Matrix that was in the can. It's got all that white shit. It's got everything you need for the body to get up the next morning. So everything is emotional. All right? Hit you niggas with a hot beat. No, I ain't bullshit now, yeah. Let's go, motherfucker. Tell everybody about the ATL. Oh, niggers. All right. With ESP Plus, the mind and body not only contact the astral body, but also unite with it and assume complete dictatorship over it and make use of any of the miracle powers at will. So now that's a difference. Most of what I hear niggas coming at me trying to do is figure out how to contact the astral world or their spirit or the spirit. No one's talking about how to make it your bitch, pretty much. How to assume power over it, therefore serving you at every moment. Not just waking up for a dream going, oh shit, it was so profound. It was the greatest thing ever. Let me email Panic to see what it meant. Get what I'm saying? Now you'll be able to have this two-way conversation. Bobby Hemmett called it living spiritually. This book is a great book to walk you through the gates, to help you one step closer to living spiritually. And we're going to drop this today, the meditation that he talks about. You can assume complete dictatorship over your astral body. You can then control anything of yourself or of others. Oh yeah, niggas. Y'all playing around with this old internet bullshit. The shit I've learned in this game, I could melt your head instantly. I really mean it. But I really love you, and I really don't. Hello, you'll figure it out, gang. You will do this shit too, though. Can't do it to me, because I learned demelting techniques as well. But I urge Black people to indulge in this. More, I know what the war is out here. You know what I'm saying? And that shit is psychological warfare. And if I need more warriors than just me. I don't want to feel cooler or superior, more superior than you. I want you to know what I know. And I'm telling you what I know, this shit is working. See, we seem to be confused. I don't really get too many people in opposition to what I say. They just pretty much leave it alone and just say, I don't like it. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck either way. But at the end of the day, what I'm telling you is what I know works from doing it. I'm not talking the theory. I'm not speculating a good way to be or a good religion to be in or a way to act around America that somehow is going to earn you or get you respect from either white folks or other niggas. I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. Results. So what I'm telling you is what I know works because I have made it work. I do this. I'm not discovering this no more. I'm only revealing this shit to those who haven't yet discovered this shit. So I'm talking to those who want to work. My want to workers. Or you other motherfuckers die, nigga. I ain't dying, nigga. With ESP Plus, though you would at once acquire domination over the atoms and molecules of your physical and astral bodies, of those of others, living or dead, in all other forms of matter. They're literally telling you, when you open up these energy areas in the body and in the mind, that your reach beyond the senses intensifies even beyond what they call ESP, or what it was at that time. It intensifies to the point where you can control not only yourself, but other things, anything that's matter. All your shit would just seem to work. Motherfuckers just seem to get in line. Getting in line may mean they benefit as well. So they may not just be getting in line for your benefit. But if that's what you need to do in a situation, some niggas need that. You know what I'm saying? I treat niggas like the Goya. Only conscious niggas matter. Dead niggas, I'm very nice to. I don't go on my way to be mean. But I damn sure don't feel I owe a dead nigga something. Certain niggas came here to be scenery. And you niggas need to understand that. Life is only this. What matters is only this. If you sitting here, even fucking around, sitting here, you're probably in the best position you could be in the universe. And all you have to do is come here to critique, and you're still in a better place than you would ever be anywhere else. Therefore, those niggas ain't alive. The only proof of life is consciousness. And that's a fact. I'm sorry if I'm the one to break this news to you, but there's a lot of motherfuckers who are real motherfuckers who deal and move like this. And I kind of got the feeling the ancients did it too. And there's nothing. Show me the ancient writing where they say we're saving everybody. Show me the ancient writings where we say we love all black people. Show me the ancient writing where it says save the children, any fucking children. Show me the writings where it says the children are more important than anything. Show me any of that shit. That is a society belief. That's a societal function. Children are great for the society. They perpetuate the society. But the individual conscious person, a child can do nothing for you. Doing this work, a child has no business in it unless he's interested in reading just as much as you. He only proved that he's not a child in the textbook definition. Ultimately, this shit is about those who want to know, those who don't know. If you don't know, you don't exist. I know that's a hard thing to do, it's a way to be. But when you do it, not only do you find the benefits and the wisdom in that, you find a certain truth in that can't be shown when you have an emotional compassion about this work. So if it's about saving black people and saving kids and the queens and the elders and all the rest of that shit, that's some African shit that you're repeating from an African social scenario and situation that they made work. But if you look at the occult books, which only come from the ancient sciences, not the ancient social structure, the ancient sciences, they're not talking none of that shit most niggas are talking about saving each other. So ironically, when I made the choice after understanding the actual true choice before me to deal with occult science and heavy metaphysics, it wasn't about we should save each one, teach one, and we shall overcome, and it takes a village to raise a child. All that shit, nobody's saying that it's not true. It's just true for a different person with a different thing going on. This thing going on here And looking back in ancient study, ain't talking none of that bullshit that's been going on in this society that black people have been sharing. Doesn't mean be cruel. Doesn't mean be dispassionate or discompassionate, I should say, if that's a word, or show no compassion. To those who may need a good word or a hand up. You know what I'm saying? But not once do I think that good word or hand up to the average person somehow goes on my credit report in heaven. Somehow makes my yacht's pussy get wet. Her wings flutter. Because I did some reciprocity shit. No, that's society shit. That's human shit. If that's that. You understand? It's important you understand this because it's your thoughts that change the game. It's your thoughts of why you're stuck in the same lump you're stuck in. You change your thoughts, you change everything. And your thoughts need to be more empowering. And nothing's more empowering or more expansive, limitless than your own imagination. This imagination can't be matched by any other beast in this creation between the black man and black woman. Can't be matched. And because of your imagination, see, everything around you, everything you're looking at here, look around your room, is an invention. And that invention comes from the imagination. What the fuck? You know I'm doing a damn tape. Come down. That invention comes from the imagination. So, I ain't gonna smell what you need to do, my friend, what you need to do, my friend, is start reordering personally your thoughts, reordering your outlook on some of these things and become two people. We can start there. The person that you're expected to be on Facebook or expected to be around black people, you talk about white people like you're expected to talk to them, but then you need to start changing the thinking. And then what you will find is person number 2 is going to be far more superior than person number 1. And person number 1 will dry up. And the other people who knew you as person number 1 will ask, well, what happened to person number 1? And you used to be like this, and you used to talk like that, and we used to go watch Tyler Perry movies all the time, man. But you don't seem interested. And your answer can be, I became something new. And isn't that the fucking purpose? If you the same old nigga with the same old motherfuckers walking around, did you become something new? I have to say it. Nobody I knew from before is around me anymore. Not because I don't like them. You just outgrow them. You're trying to study to become something new, and when you become something new, you're not interested in talking about that same old shit y'all used to talk about when you was fucking 18, 19, 20, 30. What pussy you got? You know what I'm saying? Remember that pussy? Remember that pussy? Niggas can't even fuck no more. 51 years old. You ain't even fucking like, you know what I'm saying? If you ain't even got your girl, like, not to mention, I'm a woman. You know what I'm saying? And I'm interested in nothing but that. That's facts. How are you still calling me friends? Yeah, know what I'm saying? Remember in 1993, nigga, when we did that shit? We was bad, motherfucker. I'm like, nigga, that's all you got. Like, come on, man. I remember I came out here. Boo Boo out here. John out here. Otis out here. Willie out here. And I'm saying, all them niggas is out here. I started to say, then I suppose say, fuck that. That's what fuck I left New York. Sitting around playing cards, eating hard ass chicken wings that scratch the roof of your mouth with these niggas. You already did it through the 90s, 80s. You're supposed to become something new. And to become something new, you gotta reorder your thinking. You know this shit ain't working for you. How are you trying to, that's insanity. Doing the same thing over, expecting a different result. You hanging with the same niggas, talking the same shit, drinking that same fruit moss, drinking the same fucking spirulina drinks. Like, I'm gonna be a better person. It's not happening. It's not happening. I'm not looking forward to Erykah Badu's fucking 10th album, nigga. It's over. Be something new. Empower yourself. I'm showing you what works, nigga. I promise you I am. Can't work for you, then maybe it ain't for you. Don't do it. I don't know what to tell you. But what I do know, we're going to get through this shit. Now, animals, okay, we got that. Your silver cord is an astral channel or a tube which connects your physical body to your astral body. It commences at your navel and passes into your astral body. It will retain this union between your two bodies until about 3 days after your death. Then it's severed. So this cord is connected to the astral you. The astral you is called higher self, your ka, your spirit double, doppelganger, your spirit guide. People just don't know that. They just think that's another person that just spends their time telling you what adventures not to get into and what adventures to get into. Yeah, I'm your spirit guide. That's a good one. Go ahead and tickle her butt. Yeah, I like that. Spirit guide. Spirit guide. That's not me. You know, no, it's you. We just, like anything, we have such low self-esteem. Well, not me, y'all niggas. Black people got such low fucking self-esteem. When you're told that it's only you who can save you, you tend to want to hear that. You want to hear something magical. The fucking aliens. The fucking aliens. The fucking Anunnaki. Somebody's coming to save you. The Nebulus. The Nebulians. When Neburu comes around this time, nigga, I'm getting on that motherfucker. Woo, Neburu. Neburu, it's coming now. You see Neburu. It's in the fucking sky. Fucking Nibiru. Why don't you come pick me up, Nibiru? Nibiru. Fucking Nibiru.
Message.
Fucking Nibiru. This tape, nigga. Nibiru. What the fuck, Nibiru? Alright. So the silver cord is this channel that, like I said, is attached the whole time. 3 days after your death, it's severed. You need to be mindful. It's attached at your navel. So when you actually astral travel, you leave it through your navel. Astral world is a part of the earth realm. It's a part of the material one, not earth. Material, well, earth, but material realm. Let's say that. So the astral is not a destination. The astral world is not the be all to end all, but it is a more etheric place. Therefore, most of what you pull down into this reality, if not all, comes through that medium. Astral world here first. So the astral world is the realm of thought, or even better, the realm of imagination, which this entire matrix is built on. The idea. You understand? we're living out the idea. So this matrix is the idea or the imagination or the thought. The astral realm is a part of that world. Therefore, all your thoughts exist and travel through the astral world. Connected is your spirit double. And we're going to talk about some meditations. The empty channel within your silver cord is walled off from your physical body by your silver cord valve. So what he's saying is, between your navel and your astral body, there's a cord. And there's a valve that gets cut on or open and closed during spiritual transmissions. So the valve is closed. That's why we don't get constant connection or information at will from the astral world, or another way of saying it, that's why we don't get constant spiritual transmission at will. I've learned how to do that. Therefore, what you want to know, Flair? Most of us don't, because this valve that he's talking about. All right? The empty channel within your silver cord is walled off from your physical body by your silver cord valve. Email. Constant, uninterrupted communication between your physical body and your astral body is thereby prevented. Your silver cord valve, in fact, normally moves in one direction only. It moves away from you into your silver cord towards your astral body. So he's saying in one direction, most information is coming from you that you learn down here and going in the astral world, where we think, but we're not getting higher information from the astral world through that cord because it hits that blockage, that closed valve. Therefore, we're not able to get, boom, 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 yeah, boom. I know how to work this out. I know what to do next. I know how my money's coming. I know what to say to him. I know what to do. You're not inspired. When you're inspired, that's a spiritual transmission. You should be inspired how to manage your life. Boom, I know what to say to the deed. Boom, this is how we should do it. Boom, I'm gonna knock that out to do that. Boom, that just presented itself. Boom. 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 None of that's happening because of that valve. Or like we would like, most would like. So, normally moves in one direction, blah, blah, blah. Little that takes place in your astral body as a result is conveyed and registered in your physical body. Listen, little that takes place in your astral body is conveyed and registered in your physical body, except rare, spontaneously experienced psychic phenomena. So how do I know that's true? Because each person who tells their story, whatever the fuck that story may be, about some psychic phenomena, some spiritual thing or experience that they feel worthy of sharing in a moment of sharing, that this is the story to tell. This is the thing to ask. This is the thing to talk about. This psychic phenomenon, they express it as if it was a spontaneous or rare occurrence, not something that happens constantly and at will, because if it did, they wouldn't even need me to ask what that means. You get it? It would occur so much with such normalcy that they would have had to figure out a way to understand and normalize this a long time ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do it. They would psychologically block something that they just didn't understand. So by doing it says you understand it, or you understood it in another lifetime, and you have this power because you're trying to remind yourself of what you already know. And truth be told, this is something we all would know because it was normal at one point. But when you're under warfare, they take what's normal in you, and the best thing is to make you think not only that this has nothing to do with you, it has nothing to do with you and it's fucking stupid shit, which most black people think about this work anyway. That not only is this has nothing to do with them and it's not that deep, it's dumb shit. Anybody waging war against you, that is not only a victory, that is a victory that you should dance to. You understand what I'm saying? This is absolutely your shit. Everything's your shit. There's no science that is theirs. None. None. You may be able to say they did this, they did that. They only took this, that, corrupted it, made it this, that, that. But when you wipe all the shit away, they doing you, nigga. You heard me. Oh, money fine, but she fine. You know what I mean here? When they're trying to fail you. All right, let's keep going. Get through this shit so me and Khadijah could get on out. God damn it. Yo, let me tell you. Patreon. brotherbackpanic.com/Patreon. This is where you can sign up, get lectures that a lot won't see. I'm starting to put together some stuff, some rare Bobby Hemmets I'm going to put up there. Patreon.com/brotherpanic. There will always be some advanced lectures that niggers won't be able to get. It'll be there. So join up. Look forward to seeing you there. That's where a lot of my lectures are going to go. Even more so, I'm going to start going that way. So sign up now, patreon.com/brotherpanic. Again, you know, got it going on. We got this little lecture happening. We'll get this popping up here. Crossing the Gates of Death, Brother Panic, Khadijah Samdi. Just 35 at the door, also 35 for the webinar. Contact VCWeeksy, VISEWESI@gmail.com, or hit her up at Culturally Speaking, OCCULTURALLYSPEAKING.com. I'll be at the Marriott in Baltimore, 110 South Eutaw Street, EUTAW Street, 110 South EUTAW Street, Baltimore, Maryland, 21201. That is from 2 to 9 p.m. Be there, but be square. September 28th, 2019. Crossing the Gates of Death. So y'all want to be there or be square. So where was I at, motherfuckers? I said, hit me up on the Patreon. You know what I'm saying? All right. With Psychastra, the key to secret ESP Plus control, you unlock the secret pathway and reverse the normal movement of your silver cord valves at will and allow all communication from your astral body to flow into you. Woo! So, Psychastra or Psychastra The key to secret ESP plus control. That's the name he calls pretty much opening up that valve and letting your astral body feed your humanity advanced information. And he gives the meditations on how to do it, which we'll do. He goes into detail. Like I said, I will leave the table of contents now that you have a better understanding of what it is. So there's a meditation in his book for tension banishing power, memory power, body power, wisdom power, health and healing power, electromagnetic power, power over man and beast, power over natural elements, emergency meeting power, competitive power, unknown particle pair power. Shit, unknown particle pair power. That nigga's getting into the quantum physics of the game. And long profit power, materialization power, and boom. So he goes into detail on specific meditations in the book once you open up that route. That route from the silver cord in the navel, he shows here a diagram. Let's switch back. Shows the diagram here of that route. As you can see, I highlighted. So from the navel, you see it goes straight through to the spine. It actually hits a nerve right at your back first. And up the nerve is this system, through the nerve route, it hit 5 areas in your brain. So there's 5 pathways in that silver cord that hit 5 areas in your brain. Those 5 areas are equilibrium and righting, meaning it's a part of balance. The things that you feel up should be up, down should be down, flat should be flat, left, left, right, right, and distances, the righting, things that look right. It also hits sense of gravity and horizontal planes of the earth. Number 3, pain, temperature, touch, and pleasure. Number 4, roof of the midbrain or tectum, keeping the body erect when upside down, spinal, visual reflexes. And number 5, conscious brain. The other 3 was olive, cerebellum, and thymus that it hits. Then the roof of the midbrain or tectum. And then the last is conscious brain, senses, impulses of conscious and unconscious muscle sense. So he goes into detail at what it hits through these 5 nerve pathways. All right, I'm going to pause this. I'm going to dinner, and I'll see you niggas later. I'll be back with this. Hold. Back in the building. All right. 3 days later, we continue our discussion on Psychastra or Astria. I didn't realize it was about the astral world. So Astra in astral world, Psychastra, the key to ESP plus control. All right, so those fucking 2 days later, 3 days later, it's a moment later for you. So I'll act accordingly. All right, so we're talking about your mind's navel and how important this psychic center is to be aware of and to activate. Ay, Dios mío. The carefully guarded secret of the mind's navel. The mind's navel. The mind's navel is a 1-inch long astral channel outside between your navel and silver cord. So we're talking about a 1-inch size right above your belly button area. Invisible to the naked eye, but there nonetheless. It is the unsuspected connection existing between your physical body and your silver cord. Before your silver cord proceeds to join your astral body, a handful of carefully psychic masters have known about it for centuries, but guarded this knowledge with their lives, of course. Let's see. So dealing with that one-pointedness that you'll see yogis or certain adepts or masters focusing in their solar plex, in their belly button area, I should say, and they'll tell you that this is where they're gathering energy. Certain adepts, actually, they were starting at their mind's navels. And at their mind, so they weren't starting at their actual navels, but at their mind's navels, about an inch above the physical navel, I would say. This is where the valve is, and this is where that silver cord connects your astral body to the human body. So you're shifting your focus from the physical navel to an inch before. That's where the game is. You open that up, you open up a pathway from the astral world to the physical body, which is necessary and needed to be able to receive messages that are a little bit more advanced than your average bear. Get in control of your life from a more spiritual perspective. They were concentrating energy from their physical power centers or from their third eye and the forehead and temple areas of their brains through their eyes into their mind's navel, and thereby controlling the magic key to ESP plus control with their mind's navel housed. The most advanced psychic masters whose technique you will be taught here don't even assume that crippling position of starting at their physical navels. So they don't even begin, it's an insult to even start at your physical navel to do this work to the adept. He understands that's crippling, slowing down, secondary shit. To be able to, with your imagination, have that communication with that which you can't see in you is the pathway to activating it. But most people have a problem with the imagination. I mean, simple shit. You'll find people who doubt what I'm saying now. And it may seem like they have a logical grip and is deep on what they're doing. But to the adept, all you see is a motherfucker with lack of imagination. So he has to have a physical explanation. And that is just nothing but what white people are. That's what you become. You become someone who thinks like them. We had a more expansive way of viewing who and what we were and how we operated. And a lot of that had to deal with your imagination. But then we knew that our mind was more powerful than we give it credit for today. So therefore, we understood this was the way to operate. This was standard, to be able to see and know where to focus your imagination to activate actual physical things. So the most advanced physical masters whose technique we taught here don't even assume that crippling position of starting at their physical navels, but contact their mind's navels through a secret route within them, which you will be taught later. So this is the route. I'm going to skip ahead, of course. I showed it. I'll show it again so you can get a good look. This is the route coming from the navel, in the body, through the spine, to the brain, to 5 different points where we already discussed. Activating those starts to open up certain psychic centers in the mind. How the unlocked secret pathway lets ESP Plus control flow into you. The 1-inch astral channel of your mind's navel, which houses the magic key to secret ESP Plus control, contains only astral air, something very much like ether or plasma of the atmosphere. It does not contain oxygen, hydrogen, or nitrogen, or any other gas of air. Astral air, though fills the channel of your mind's navel so unobtrusively that your physical body is wholly unaware of it. When it communicates, it is sent from your physical body to your astral body. There's this burst of what he's calling astral air, or probably just a specific form of ether. When communication is sent from your physical body to your astral body, your mind navel contracts and pushes your silver cord valve into your silver cord. The communication from your physical body, as a result, rushes through your silver cord into your astral body. And registers itself in it. The silver cord valve then immediately returns to its original position and seals the mouth of your silver cord again. So what's happening normally is we are naturally sending messages to the astral body. And when we do this, we're pushing that information from the body through the silver cord, opening the valve. Once the message has passed through, the valve closes again. This shows you technique, or he's trying to show technique in his book, how to keep that valve open. So not only can you send information from the body to the astral world, from the astral body to the physical. The astral body is your higher self. Therefore, you can get more detail instead of sporadic shit, more detailed information at will, more complex information at will. Now take the situation in reverse. When the communication is sent from your astral body towards your physical body, it tries to push the silver cord valve into your mind's navel instead of backwards into you, so that you can pass through your silver cord and in your mind's navel flowing into you. Your mind's navel, though, just contracts as it did before, in that but now prevents the communication from your astral body from reaching you. So the valve closes and the communication from the astral body blocked. That's what's happening to most folks day to day. That's why you walk around feeling like you're cool, because you know how to say all the greatest no teppy words. But ultimately powerless, not knowing anything personally that can take you beyond the day-to-day grind or what you was or what you learned in a goddamn library, because this valve keeps closing. If you can keep that from happening, you can unlock the secret pathway and let your astral body communication flow into you. You can achieve that with ESP Plus control by dilating or opening your mind's navel instead of letting it contract as it normally does. After that, through your psychastral route, I finally got that word right. I finally seen the word astral in it. So you know that's a word, and psi is before it. So the psychastral route. After that, through your psychastral route, the secret use of which will soon be revealed, it will be drawn up into your consciousness and subconscious minds. In that same manner, you can draw into you all the unmatchable, miracle, body power, knowledge of the past, present, and future, wisdom of any subjects, power of divine light healing, the inescapable mind reading, of limitless sight and hearing, of instant transportation of any distance, of accuracy and prophecy, of astral body possession of others, of superhuman ability to meet any emergency and save lives, and any other miraculous power of ESP control. So this is on fire if you understand what you're hearing. You know what I mean? I don't think you understand what you're hearing. So let's make sure you understand what you're hearing. Sometimes you gotta make fucking New York City booty music. Woo! I feel charged. Psychastra is the magic key with which you dilate your mind's navel with ESP plus control, and then let the suction created in it open your silver cord valve in the reverse direction and allow communication from your astral body to flow into your physical body. Psychastra achieves the miracle simply with astral suction. It actually sucks the ether within your mind's navel away from the mouth of your silver cord and towards your physical navel, thus creating a vacuum at the mouth of your silver cord. The astral suction created a vacuum within your mind's navel is Psychastra or Psychastra, the magic key to ESP psychic control. All right. Oh, shit. This whole fucking page. Shit. Okay, yeah, because this is the meditation, so I have to go through it. All right, so Now we understand that this formerly one-way pathway from the body to the astral world, we're trying to turn into a two-way pathway because we benefit from astral to the physical. He laid out all the benefits plus more. But in a nutshell, you begin to live spiritually. You begin to get guided spiritually, or astrally, which is spiritually in this case. So the things of earth that you're dealing with, you deal from a superior perspective than fucking 80% of the people on the planet or more. Probably 99.999. And that's what we want here. So here's a meditation. How to seize the magic key into secret ESP plus control. So now we're going to talk about the meditation that you should be doing to create the vacuum, to change the polarity in your psychastral route or astral route. All right? So that route, trying to change polarity, son, in that little silver cord, son. You know what I'm saying, son? Word up, son. Word up. Sit alone in your room or lie down on your bed or sofa or on your back and relax. Close your eyes and visualize your mind's navel and your silver cord. Come on now, you can see it. With the silver cord valve between them effectively blocking all communication from your astral body to you. At the end of the silver cord, estimate about 3 feet long for this exercise, another you, your astral body. That's key. That's key. Listen, let me pause and say that shit dramatically again. That's key. You have to see 3 feet of silver cord and then another you. This is the key, because that other you is not restricted by a physical reflection. Therefore, your astral body should be fucking immense. It should be no words to describe black, powerful, strong, the Incredible Hulk. There's no way to put it in words because you're trying to describe the possibility of an unlimited imagination of what you can see your own astral body to be with power. So once you create your higher self and empower it, then you change the polarity in the silver cord to receive constantly from it. Game over. Game over for enemies of any sort and any caliber, because you now have visualized and created an avatar of your astral body. Most of us see our spirit double as a reflection of us, but this reflection is a made-up thing. The true you should be represented as power. And then there's certain imagery that you can adopt that you've seen here all your life. Superheroes and whatever other crap you've seen in the movies that represent power. You could become a collage of those images and create a new image in your astral double, your higher self. And this is important because once you open up the side astral route for two-way traffic, you can be in constant communication from this superhero, this beast, this spirit double that you have turned into the bionic man or the bionic woman. Key shit. Like I said, if you do not buy into the power of your imagination, none of this stuff I stack on it means anything. But if those of you have come to the point where you understand what a tool, not only am I just coming up with this shit that the ancients did and used to do anything occult, magical, in the form of self-empowerment, started from the realm of imagination. All this physical stuff you see around, somebody had to imagine it first. Nothing precedes the imagination or thought, which is your imagination as well. So once you understand the power of that, then you can use that to create motherfucking monsters that walk with you. Oh, y'all ain't ready. You create monsters that walk with you. This is cut to the chase. See, we think we do this on Tuesday, then go fight white people on Wednesday. We don't or it's not really white people. The regular average white person is just as dumb, and they're here to argue with you and distract you. They have almost no other purpose. That's why they buy into this system, whatever their corrupt politicians tell them, this is what you're supposed to be doing, they do it. You should be this and they'll be it, because they have nothing else. And that's their situation problem, and I don't even care. We have much more and come from a birthright of great bounty, and we just squander it trying to be like those we claim we have a problem with. You refuse to be who and what you are, and who and what you are dealt with the mind, and your imagination is your mind. Your imagination is the greatest form of thinking. Your imagination is the greatest form of intellectual understanding in existence. So you're not limited to seeing your astral body, just another person that you see in the mirror. You can now, it doesn't really, it may have said, I wonder if he does speak a little bit, because it's such a basic understanding of what you should be doing for the occultists. Now, one of the greatest things, or the greatest ways to hide secrets, is not to make it a secret, which means to secrete, which means if it's a secret, it will secrete somewhere. Otherwise, it's not a secret, unless somebody's talking about it somewhere. So the best secrets are hidden in plain sight, as we heard. So most of what I found in the occult, when you wipe all the words and all the bullshit away, you are doing some very basic ABC shit. And almost so much so, your natural inclination, your natural way of ending up with all of this shit is to dismiss it. So that's why you'll see naysayers of occult science who may even really be sincere. Don't get it twisted. You are infiltrated with a lot of fucking YouTube agents leading you down arguments to worthlessness and nothingness. This was to free your mind, and you're now arguing was Jesus in Egypt. You understand what I'm saying? So no matter how you logically try to figure it out, look what you're doing. Absolutely nothing. And if that's the goal, then job well done from either agents or agent provocateurs, who now are doing the work of an agent without knowing, because they're sincere, but they're actually really sincere in their fucking ignorance. So in their ignorance, when they're looking for something complex to pontificate about, to be deep about, to be complex about, then you hear these techniques that, quite frankly, you felt you grew up out of. You missed the point, and therefore don't get the secret. So if these things were the secret, instead of trying to hide them, which I'm sure a lot of these techniques are hidden, there's a man who bust into the technique or studied an ancient technique that was hidden or secret, and he can make women come without touching them. And he shows that shit on YouTube. And then Wayne Chandler, who knows him, had a thorough conversation, is a guy I know. So I called Wayne Chandler about him to see how authentic this thing was. And Wayne couldn't stop going on about this shit is sure enough the shit, baby. You know, Wayne's from the 60s, my brother. So Wayne will hit you, look, it was sure dynamite on the one, my brother. We was jamming in a natural, organic conversation of biblical proportions, baby. And this brother Nick Yamana told me some of the secret techniques he learned up in them temples. And it is the sure shot shit, brother Panic. I said, well, right on, Wayne. You know what I'm saying, bro? Now, he was telling me that this dude's the real deal. And dude sent him clips of other work that he couldn't put on YouTube that shows the story. And all he does is visualize certain color techniques and knows how to shoot it out of the mind's eye, which is a technique taught in psychomancy, which is a very simple technique. How to tighten your PC muscles, pull up the energy from your sexual organ, and you want to house it in a reservoir near your medulla oblongata. So you're forcing a kundalini burst or an energy burst in the kundalini family. So when you feel that energy burst, the eyes are a two-way street. So the same way you take light and it enters the eyes, hits the back of the head, decodes, and you have an image. You can take an image that sits in this reservoir of energy in the back of the head, the same movie screen that you see pictures with. You can take an image and put it back there, your intention, and then open your eyes. And there's a certain non-looking I'm doing. My eyes are actually burning. This would be like the evil eye. This is how you do it. So, and like when I'm zoned out, it actually hurts. But I'm talking to you, but what I want to do is my intention. So I want to see, let's just say, my studio empowered. Mind, let me be clear. I built a studio because from age 14, I grew up in Queensbridge. Y'all may know the story. I worked with Marley Marl as an apprentice, a Padawan learner. Marley Marl invented a lot of techniques in sampling still used today. He was the first one to take a kick and a snare of break beats and then repattern it and so on and so forth. So learning from him and starting that process in life, making records with him, started that shit. I've been doing it for quite a long time. And my son, who's 23, I had to illustrate to him so he got it. I said, you 23, you in the prime of your life. Yeah, you know, doing it. He's got his girl. He's a girl guy. So he's a girlfriend guy. He's not a, oh, nigga, let me tell you what happened last night, nigga. He's a feminine man. And even still low, he's got his girl. But when I was able to get this drum machine in 1990, which was $4,000, which in 1990 was kind of obscene for a nigga to collect that little grip if he wasn't selling drugs or anything. Music paid, but New York music wasn't paying crazy. You're gonna have to have a string of hits. But just surviving in the game, 9 times out of 10 wasn't really happening. Somebody would have one, you usually was sharing. I was down with a dude named Super Lover Psychastra with Rudd, so we shared the theirs, but I needed my own. Eventually did a thing and got it from a drug dealer. And so amped, so excited at the opportunity that was before me. Now I no longer had to wait to go anywhere. I can craft this technique at home, at my will, without going to Marley's house, Super Lover C's house, or whatever. Having to get it inspired, on somebody else's time. Big deal. And what was I talking about that for? Yo, I totally lost the fucking thought. Fuck, what does that, what the fuck does that mean? Oh my goodness, I totally lost that. Fuck it. Who cares? Let's do this. Let's see if it comes back to me. It didn't. I literally can't remember why I was telling you that. That's when you know it's getting spiritual. Either way, I do remember the point, and the point of what we're talking about here is the unlimited way you can start dealing with yourself. This is a power-based flow. You understand what I'm saying? A power, all right, so I've been doing this since I was 14. And so by age 34, 35 maybe, actually 30, which from 14 to 30 is a lifetime. It's my entire teenage years, which is the beginning of everything you think you are. I spent it. And it's not really just doing rap and making songs. Anybody who knows this knows your mind is totally ensconced in everything rap. Like every moment you hear, every moment something's in your head that you want to get out in the machines. Every moment of that is this. You can just hear shit. You wake up and I gotta do this. It totally takes you over. And if you're not having a successful way of manifesting what's in your head, you literally can go fucking mad. So by age 30, this is a fucking lifetime. That's why usually motherfuckers is like, no, you're too old to do rap. Because you're literally kind of burnt the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? Early, because of so much encompassing thoughts every moment, every day. So by 30, I've never done anything else. And as dumb as that notion may seem as something that would eat at your craw or bother you, or something you may think of twice, especially when you're doing whatever you're doing to a certain amount of success, this was a big deal. I never did anything. Could I do anything? Was I smart enough to read something, learn something? can I do anything? God damn it. So by 30, I was working at record labels, done, and internet came along. And because of this never did anything else aspect, you just want to try. And I tried to sell porn and boom, very successful. I still didn't feel it was like the kind of, not necessarily success, but something I needed to prove to myself that I could do something else, because it felt like a hustle. And rap music all my life felt like a hustle. So it just felt like more what I was doing, oddly enough. And even though I was making 25 G's a month, but that bubble popped anyway, like it's destined to, you know what I mean? This was something new. So dudes like myself early on are gonna see a little angle. I did, jumped on it, got it. And then once this shit got to a certain level, no longer meant anything. So what I started to do was saying, I need to study something else. And I chose, of course, to study computers, computer networking. But first, computer, what's the exact word they call it for you? Computer science is actually what they call it. So you learn everything about the standalone computer, the concept, the history, the internal. You learn how to build them, take them apart. This will make you, this step one is called, certification is called A+. You walk through the door, no one's really even talking to you with an A+, but we'll pretend that's where you start. And that's where you start because from the A+, you can spiderweb to some certifications or certs that matter. So A what? It's the foundation. All about the standalone computer. Half of it is hardware, what the physical structure, DNA is, the physical matrix, and then the second part, which is a little bit more complex, is software, which is the software structure or architecture of a standalone computer. Got that. The second thing you get usually, and you don't have to go none of these routes, is called Network Plus. Network Plus shows you how to take that standalone computer that you now know all about and make it talk to another computer. So you get some of the basic concepts and having a computer talk to a printer, talk to another computer, or talk to another device. You start learning how a network card works and how a video card works or doesn't work based upon communication with something else. A+, you just learn what a video card is, how it has its own RAM and blah, 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 maybe some of the industry standards. And you know, and they also tell you that these things are subject to change because they are, as you know. And Network Plus, you kind of learn a little bit more. So I got that. Then you want to kind of get into the Microsoft shit. And there's many routes you can go with that. It's more versatile, but everything has to do with some form of networking in different areas of networking. Like I took a test and got certified because, well, I got certified. If you take 5 tests and pass, you have a title. So you take 1 test and pass, you get MCP, Microsoft Certified Professional, just by passing whatever 1 test of Microsoft. 5 tests, I believe, is another cert. Microsoft Systems Admin, MCSA. Some shit like that. So after passing 5 tests or 3 tests, at this point, we talking, this shit is damn near 20 years ago when I took these tests. God damn. And exactly, yeah, because when I stopped music, I pretty much started this. So we got I think it was 5 tests. And then 2 more tests, 7 tests, you get what at least was at the time considered a big deal. Microsoft Certified System Engineer. The other one was Microsoft Certified System Admin. So that means I'm qualified for a job, not necessarily to run a place and build a network or build the infrastructure of a network that a company can use or would use. And truthfully, after you're certified, you're not ready to do that, but you at least got the certified that says I can get a job learning how to do that because I'm qualified based on paper or from the scholarship aspect. Now I'm good enough to get the job. But that's technically what it means. System admin means a network that's already up and running. I could go in and control resources on it, meaning I can be the dude that controls you to get to certain files, folders, and printers, resources. So got that, and what I needed at that time, doing music all my life and having dead-end jobs in between music, was, because I never experienced as stupid as it was, it only lasted 2 years, that I can make a resume that somebody was dying to call me about. Sure enough, all day. 2 years after I wasn't even looking, they still was calling me. So got it, working, all good, all on point, everything's good. And after 2 years, it was almost like I proved to myself that I can do something else. And I was satisfied there. Then of course, just started talking more spiritually. Even though I was still working in IT, money was good, I would start talking. Then I saw I could talk more, I'm laid off. I'll just, hang with this, unemployment, and do lectures and herb pack, and y'all know the rest of the story. But all of that power, all of that confidence, all of that walkthrough, because I knew techniques in meditation on how to visualize and make my higher self an advocate, to armor my higher self, if you will, my astral body, my spirit double, the spirit, with my visualized interpretation of superhero-like power. And by doing that, it would feed me superhero-like spiritual nutrition. So shit, how it manifests in the physical, shit just is always on point. You always seem to get shit done. Everyone has, that nigga Panic, boy, he comes through. That shit is always working and shit look good. You always get shiny 2 stars up because you're working from an area which most people neglect. And again, take for granted if they were told this. Now, even if niggas ain't got the heart to shit on me straight up for likes, what they will do is say in their mind, that shit be talking, that shit. What's that going to do for our people? How's that going to save us? Because all you're really just saying is you need something physical and tangible because you have been regulated only down to this minuscule ass being that if it's not physical or tangible, you can't even see how you can make any of that an ally or any of that power. Knowing that we naturally do this, when we're born and come here, we just came out of that spirit world. And we naturally use our imagination. That's almost seemed like that's what we do until we're told grown-ups do not do that. Anybody inspiring like you, young man, or you, young lady, to be a grown-up should not at all be worried about this extra way of thinking that seems to tangibly get you nothing on the front end. So niggas is looking for something on the front end, and it's really egotistical because really you're still just trying to stick it to the white man. And it's a weak, petty, corny way of being you. Knowing who and what you are. It is the secret key. When you watch all of these old ancient teachings, something in their head was putting this shit together. And what they were putting it together with was visualization. You have to see it to achieve it. So how can I be powerful if I see my astral double as the same person I'm already looking at in the mirror? I'm doing all of this to gain power. So if I see myself as the same person who I must agree is powerless or have a certain amount of power, because I wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't trying to gain power. So if I felt powerful and satisfied, you could just stay on YouTube and get likes. Ideally, beyond you getting likes and attention, this is an empowerment thing. So just if we know that you cannot come up with anything here without seeing it first, stands to reason that you should be on a system of seeing yourself with power. That understanding the nature of your imagination, there's no limit to the power. You should be a monster. I've stifled motherfuckers, ended motherfuckers' shit in a very devastating way with just my imagination. Never have to leave my house, never have to draw nothing, write nothing, light nothing, smoke nothing, or bury shit. Just up here, that same Nick Yama dude, the mongoose, the black mongoose, some mysterious shit. He was in a situation, Wayne's relaying this story, where somebody took his ass for granted. They set something up, took it for granted. This nigga said, "Need I remind you, I do not have to get off my couch to fuck you up." Motherfuckers thought about that for a second and said, shit, this is why I met this man. I better regard what the fuck he's talking about. This is serious shit. So I'm at a point where the mind calisthenics through visualization is so fucking ferocious. Because like any other muscle, your imagination is one. It is one. And you want to exercise it. My exercise game with my imagination starts from when I was just but a little boy. When I was a little boy. A ghetto child running wild. Ay, Dios mío. I was in the hood as a ghetto child running buck wild in the hood. And then I had to understand from a very early age the power of visualization in the imagination, my friend. My friend. My father taught me at a very early age this here shit. And when he gave up, as he did with kids, he didn't realize that I actually kept doing it. It's just something, it was a habit. Now, of course, we understand it to be spiritual, but without him, I still was meditating. Until age 16, I let him know again. Yo, nothing's happening when I meditate. I don't understand what's supposed to happen. He almost dropped the cigarette. You still meditate? You know, and I understand now as a father, certainly you don't want to force anything on your kids, but certain things that you know are beneficial for them and will always serve them, that you're able to give them, is very satisfying. That's in fact the point. You've learned something on this planet that is of phenomenal value. And to be able to pass it on to your child in a healthy way, nothing beats it. So things like when my son has this undying thirst to watch documentaries, and I know it's because of behavior he's seen me doing. Never once sit down and watch that documentary. I asked him, would you like to sit down and watch it as a bonding thing, but not as a requirement for his intellect? So in a healthy way, he started saying, yo, you seen this shit yet? Yo, you gotta watch this. And so when you see that, there's a certain satisfaction. So I imagine my father got that same satisfaction when he found out I was still meditating, something that he taught me how to do at age 8, sat us all down. But like I said, so I explained to him, I don't know what to expect. When I close my eyes, the vision starts moving like this. I could do that. He said, you can do that at will? I said, yeah. He said, that's actually the point. You want to go and maintain that feeling. That means you've altered your brain waves into a, alpha wave pattern. Alpha wave pattern means the conscious mind has shut down or just sleeps underneath while the subconscious mind opens up. And I've told you all this is about subconscious mind programming. So your subconscious mind is primed for programming through either repetition or symbol. Imagination. Trauma is usually a physical thing or a technique you can use of fear to impact the subconscious. There's ways to do that, and we have done it as African people. Scarring, initiation, rites of passage, tattooing, for the sake of initiation into the next phase. You're a boy. Once you do this, you're a man. And that trauma attached to that rite impacts the subconscious. But ideally, we're using repetition, the mantra, in your meditation, or imaging. So meditation, once you get finished with all of this and all the breathing and all of this and all of that, I'm gonna tell you, my niggas, I'm gonna give you the shortcut. Say you heard it here first. All you gotta do is visualize. All that other shit, first of all, you're doing all of this in all of these postures and breathing to activate something in the mind. So you're using physical means to activate something in the mind. So it's your fucking mind. So let me ask this. You don't think you're able to activate this without using physical aspects? You may say, I'm about to get some pussy. I need my dick to be hard. So then you rubbing grease and you doing this and da 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 to get it ready, to get that nut. She's sucking on it for a half an hour before you even fuck her for 5 minutes. Or you could be this nigga. Oh, we about to fuck? My dick is already hard, bitch. What you waiting for? My pants is down. I'm ready to do it. What did you do? You didn't have to resort to physical means, Viagra, or exercises, and stretching, and show me the pussy, bust it open, turn it around, put your leg up. But that, and then they put it in my face. Oh shit, pop it. You don't gotta do all of that. Some motherfuckers just saying, I want to give you some pussy. I'm ready to fuck. So, all that shows is somebody needs physical means to get to an end. And some people, they could tap into with their mind and do it. So when you say shit about dick and pussy, niggas seem to get it easy, you old simple-minded motherfuckers. It don't take on faith that a nigga's telling you some real G shit here. You've heard so many YouTube opinions. You think I'm kicking my opinion. I'm telling you based upon what I know works, nigga. My bounties of ass whippery shows that story. Nah, I mean, son. Now, you feel me on that shine? Now, let's get down to some of this here. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we zooming on. Let's get to Zoom life. Let's get our Zoom life right. See what's up with the Zoom life. Booyah. All right, I'm sure you see what I see. Let's move all this crap out the way. Well, ask me that shit again, motherfuckers. All right, September 28th, 2019, guys. I'm going to be in Baltimore. I'm going to be up in Baltimore, Maryland, which is really the DMV area, so I expect a packed house. You know what I'm saying? 2 p.m. to 9 p.m. I will be speaking in Khadijah. Somdi will be speaking as well. We'll be at the Marriott, 110 South Utah Street, EUTAW Street. We're going to be talking about crossing the gates of death. Very profound conversation about some of the things to expect, some of the things that you can work on now to receive, to prepare to receive the inevitability of death, motherfucker. You're going to die. You're going to die, nigga. Crossing the gates of death. Brother Patty Khadijah Somdi. Marriott, 110 South Utah Street, Baltimore, Maryland, 2 to 9, September 28th. I guess that's next week, being the 28 days from now. Just 35 at the door. I'm going to have a shit load of products, so bring your little 20s. Everything I sell is 20 herbs, all that shit. So we good. You'll be good. Khadijah will be there. She'll have her product. She'll have, I believe, her book. If not her book, she'll have chakra products, a bunch of shit you can use, buy to save your funky ass lives. Just 35 at the door and 35 for the webinar if you can't make it. You niggas need to get there though. Contact BC Weesey for door information or webinar information. VISEWESI @gmail.com. BC Weesey. VISEWESI @gmail, or go to her website, culturallyspeaking.com. OCCULTURALLYSPEAKING.com. Alright? So go on, get this done. Come on, see the nigga. Never been to a live lecture? Treat yourself. Don't beat yourself, treat yourself. Otherwise, you defeat yourself. That was mad corny. So I'm telling you from shit that I know works. And like I said, this is secrets that we're talking. And the secrets not because it was formerly unknown to you. The secrets because true secrets, when you hear it, you will think it's nonsense. That's how the occult hit. You would hear it and it wouldn't matter to you. That's what kept it a secret. Because if it was revealed to you, you would hold no power in it, no credence to it. No regard to it when it's told to you, whatever, nigga, that's just patting women's mouth. You're actually the one that's stuck. And it has nothing to do with my opinion versus your opinion. It has everything to do, I'm telling you a technique that you can make your own and work. So it ain't even about me or doing it my way. It's the concept I'm trying to tell you. So we're trying to move past my opinion. See, my opinion would be how you should do it. When and why. That's when you can say, nigga, you wrong. Because that's what I made it between us two niggas. But I'm telling you a technique that motherfuckers refuse to invest in. They don't do the technique, but critique it. So it's not, they got to do it and see if it works. And when they see how it works, there's no more critiquing it. There's no more shit left to reason. Anybody who critiques it is not doing it. How the fuck would they know? That's like a nigga who never got pussy talking about, you know, something, I don't think I like it. Motherfucker, you never got it. How the fuck would you know? Simple as that. There was a sister in the no-tep game who was a lesbian all her life. She got some hotep dick. She calls everyone beloved now with her hair wrap. And she's like, God damn, I never knew the joys of penis. I just thought I was a lesbian. Then there was that gay dude that was on Sonetta's channel who said something that was interesting. He said, when you're young, most boys don't like girls. You kind of puberty your way into liking these hoes. But in the beginning, you hang with your guys, the girls hang with their girls. And he said he just never got that like of girls. I was like, oh, that's something. Sorry for that. Or I guess if you're into that, more power to you then. Whatever. But same thing this girl, this woman was talking about until she got hustled dick. I don't know. And maybe she made the right choice. You only got one or two choices pretty much. Unless you're adding some more letters onto that shit, LBGs and TYAs, whatever. Point is, most people critique this, haven't or can't do it because they really automatically know. See, when I see a person critique it, all they did was reveal that they know their imagination is so shot, so weak, that why even try it? So much so that I'm going to shit on it, so I don't even have to tell myself, I can't imagine it, I can't do it. So instead of telling themselves or coming to terms that it's something not easily accomplished by them, they rather just shit on it, shut it down, so they can make it right in their mind that this ain't shit. So you actually reveal yourself. And to me, from my perspective, you're actually one of the weakest people on the planet. You don't know how to use your own fucking mind. White people can't do this. They don't have the imagination. That's why they create nothing. They are the most physical beings in existence, which shows you this physical perspective is the weakest thing in existence, because that's all they are. And niggas who follow that lead are the most disgusting of all, because you have within you what it entails or takes to transform yourself into the powerful monster that you are, the beast that you are. And you sit around worrying about fucking how the fuck we gonna take over paying our gas bill again? How are we gonna make mangoes without fucking pesticide? Not to say nothing's wrong with doing any of that shit, but that's only secondary to, you know what I'm saying? Do your push-ups, bitch. Lazy ass nigga. All right, sit alone in your room, lie down on your bed, on your sofa, on your back, and relax. Close your eyes. Visualize your mind's navel, your silver cord, and your silver cord valve between them, effectively blocking all communication from you to your astral body. So see yourself as yourself, a nigga who can't get in to the funk. Regular. At the end of your silver cord, estimate about 3 feet long for this exercise, another you, your astral body, which knows everything and can do anything instantly. So he's making a point, and I can see here, And I want you to see how real what I'm talking about. Because even what he's doing as an author. He's trying to tell you your astral body is more powerful. But he also recognizes most people just really can't see that. As simple as I'm making it sound, it's actually hard to do for a lot of folks. So he gave people a little bit that you could do. See, I'm at a place where I see motherfucking, you don't want to even know what I see on the end of my astral body, what I am. It is undescribable by words. Oh, and it has names. But he's trying to get you there slow, so listen how he says. It's just another you which knows everything and can do anything instantly. So he's trying to show you knows everything and can do anything. He's giving you the power aspect of your astral body on a minuscule level. Because most people can admit that, because most people feel they could do anything and know everything because of their fucking ego. So what he's really starting to say is now start to use your ego to empower the astral body. Most people can visualize and see that portion because they feel that about that's what they feel they know about Trump, Obama, their job, about women, about, Steve Harvey wrote a whole fucking book about how bitches should act and niggas should act, or based upon how niggas are guaranteed to act and how women should act. All right, enough of that. You already get it. Visualize the other you as being perfectly ready and willing to do anything worthy that you ask them to do. Psychologically, what this tells you is you're now offering unlimited flexibility to your astral body. So he's trying to teach you now how to first use your ego with shit that you already feel, that you know anything and you can do whatever the fuck you want to do. Now, he wants you to visualize visualize the other you as being perfectly ready and willing to do anything worthy that you ask him. So he's basically saying, if you feel that way, it's another way of saying, astral body, if you're willing to do anything, that means you can do anything. So he's slowly but surely showing you how to visualize and empower this portion of shit I told you just from the jump street. He's walking you through it, holding your hand, and don't act like you don't need it. It's old deep ass, no nothing, stupid, and fucking no teppers. All right, so but that your silver cord valve is stubbornly wedged between the two. So what he just showed was you have this body that knows everything, willing to do whatever, and is ready to do work, but you got a blockage. So once you identify and see how he just smoothly went past it, he doesn't want you to focus on it. You focus on it, niggas start thinking, and thinking fucks you up. He wants you just to know it. So he says it real quick. Willing to do everything, can do everything, and is ready to do everything. Boom. He gives you that, gets that out the way. But he wants you to focus now, and even where if your intellect came in, wouldn't matter, on there's something that's in the way. And once we deal with what's in the way, the bounty of this shit is yours. So if you are successfully able to deal with this silver cord and what blocks you, then you automatically gain this powerful thing that you made powerful without even trying and didn't know it, just by these few words that he encoded in your subconscious mind. He used the words that you're normally used to doing and how you feel about yourself, even though you're a lazy nigga that probably don't follow through with shit. In your mind, you're willing to do everything. In your mind, you can do everything, and you can do whatever you want in your fucking mind. Ask your woman, that nigga don't do shit. He never get off the couch and play video games. And he ain't willing to work for me on shit. But not in your fucking mind. You're the most flexible, helpful nigga you could think of. So once he empowered you with thinking that that's what's on the other side of that cord, and this cord is a problem, he gets you to focus on the problem of the cord and not trying to work so much on making this a big bad Leroy Brown. He already told you it's big bad Leroy Brown, and you will accept it because he gave you things that you already feel to be true. Most people do, unless they have some low self-esteem issue. But most people feel this to be true. And even if it's not true, most people feel other people don't understand them. So he told you some empowering shit without telling you. This is technique here, niggas. It's technique that I've been studying and teaching, and if you understand it, nigga, it's a wonderful life. The silver cord valve wedged stubbornly between you two because it is the astral valve, and it's only conscious in your own conscious and subconscious mind keeps it shut by doubting and scoffing about your astral body and any other supernatural powers it may possess. Listen again. How does that valve stay shut? How does it stay shut? How has it been blocking you? Why? It blocks you like any other blocks in you, and there are many throughout you. That's why you don't have a straight Kundalini constant path based upon blockages. Blockages stays in the cells and in the bodies. Blockages are emotional, primarily, I probably would say. So why isn't your dick getting hard? You can have a blockage about sex. And it may be a physical blockage in the bloodstream to that pathway, or an emotional blockage. So blockages block shit within your thought, right? So listen again. Your silver cord valve is wedged stubbornly between you, blocked, because it's an astral valve, not a physical valve. And if it's an astral valve, then it's blocked, unlike your penis, not by a physical thing that you may not get hard. Let's say colon cancer or prostate cancer or prostate problems. Not by a physical thing, but by your own conscious and subconscious mind. Therefore, to unblock it, you need what? Your conscious and then subconscious mind to eventually co-sign. These conscious and subconscious mind keep it shut by doubting and scoffing about your astral body and any other supernatural powers said to possess. So how do you unblock it? How do you deal with doubt? I see the doubt all the time. So let's say we got this super ill lecturer. I'm the inventor of yelling at you niggas. Everybody else was calling you beloved, and I was calling you stupid, get the word. Now everybody does it. Whatever. But when I take away all of their yelling, and at the core what I'm hearing them say or teach, which is very thin and very little, it's more about the drama and the politics and the argument. The teaching has taken the back seat. But when they drop their philosophy and you wipe away all the yelling and the lights and them talking about their fucking album, all I really hear is doubt and doubt, weakness, insecurity, and unsure about how to use their spiritual prowess, which is the end game of this shit. You can do whatever you want, but the end game of this shit is the world of the unseen. Show me another end game. What else do you think the end game is? The fucking economy? Nigga, there's thousands of societies that raised and gone, and this one will too, and you will too. And then what do you have? An economy? All you have is what you are. If you don't understand what you are, because it's filled with doubt, scoffing, and all the shit you can't do, so you justify what you can't do with all the shit you tell niggas that they should be doing, but somehow you became the boss of what niggas should be doing. And let me be clear while we got this phone. I don't give a fuck what you do. I'm talking to those who want to do this shit. You don't want to do this, I don't want to convince you. Go the fuck away. In fact, get the fuck off my page, you son of a bitch. In fact, I want to offend you now. Those who don't know who I am, don't know what this work is, and don't know the importance of this work, fuck you, suck a dick. I hope you die. I hope your kids die. I hope we all die. I hope you die, you don't know what to do. I hope you dumb niggas have to come back. I hope I offended you so you leave and never come back. Now I want to talk to the motherfucking monks, now that we got rid of the fucking chumps. So fuck you. Yes, you dirty, nappy-headed hoe, you go too. I'm talking to motherfuckers that don't give a fuck about what I'm talking about, but understand what the fuck this shit means and will do anything to get it. Sons of bitches. So it's shut by doubting, scoffing at your astral body and any other natural powers it may said to be possessed. So your own self-doubt closes this vow for sure. Immediately now halt all your doubting and scoffing by filling yourself instead with absolute confidence in your astral body and in the power to do anything whatsoever on earth. Do not merely pretend to acquire this confidence in it, but saturate your whole body from head to foot. So you can't just say, there's no such thing as spirituality, and I don't know how real it is, and whatever you've been telling yourself. Then all of a sudden say, I am spiritual. I am the greatest. No, you have to know it. The same way when she pulled her panties down, you said, I know exactly what the fuck I'm going to do now. I don't have to think, I'm going to get my tech thing, I'm going to hit it from the side, I'm going to turn it around, then I'm going to grab her ass, I'm going to lick 2 fingers, and then I'm going to tickle the pussy. Who's fucking like that? Thinking your way through it. You may think your way through it, and she may even bust a nut. But you didn't even have fun. You were too busy thinking. You didn't even enjoy the power of getting the pussy because you're too busy thinking what you're going to do next. So you have to get in the moment of fucking to truly enjoy the fuck. Ay, Dios mío. You have to get into the moment of the visualization. You have to be there. You have to be, it has to be happening in you. You have to see it as happening. The same way if you play basketball, you know how you would zone out if you were a basketball player and you could see yourself winning the game, you just hold your eyes and be like, you could see so much detail though, but you could see that because you played the game. You know the feeling, you know the emotion attached to it. You have to see or find a pathway of you finding power and seeing that in your astral double. And then the feelings of, what am I doing? This is stupid. Has to be eradicated. Those are the things that keeps the valve closed. I'm not worthy. This is stupid. This don't change the white man shit. We need to do as a people. All that shit that goes around constantly. While I know you've been trained to believe these are empowering, half this shit that I see going on in the even so-called conscious community is a fucking anchor. is a fucking anchor. You know what I'm saying? You have to free yourself with these childlike thoughts. Not childish, childlike. Because the innocence and the sheer knowing without thinking, confidence that you had as a child when you went to play. You didn't say, this is how I'm going to play today. I'm going to go outside and I'm going to run for a little while. Then I'll probably hit them slides. Then I'll get about 30 minutes of the seesaw. I do a little cartwheels. You know what I'm saying? I'm run. I'm going to throw some bubble gum. I'll put it in her hair. Boy, do I enjoy putting bubble gum in her hair. Playing that sandbox. I'll probably bring some water so I can build some castles. By this time, I'll be getting tuckered out, so I'll probably take a little rest. You know what I'm saying? Talk to my friend Bubbles. And then, you know, I'll go home. It'll be about dinner time. I think I timed all this right. What fucking kid plays like that? All you do is know your friends are going to be outside, know it's Saturday, know you're going to the park, and then get into adventures. Same thing. You have to adopt that mentality again, where you're going to get into an adventure in this and see yourself in an adventurous manner instead of trying to say, I'm this, that, the other, and stay with that. Nah, motherfucker, get pussy. My actual gonna be getting pussy, smacking bitches, ripping bitches' legs off and fucking them, fucking bitches with no legs just so I can get deep in the pussy, all sorts of shit. Me and Khadijah on fire. I see her astral body, empowering mind. Nigga, it's endless to what it could be. But I'm in the moment like I'm outside playing as a kid. Just never know what's going to happen next, never know where it's going to go. You got an idea what you're going to do. Yeah, we're going to go outside and play tag. But you don't dictate how tag goes. You just dictate that you just say, I'm going to play tag is my intention. And then fun happens within that. You know what I'm saying? Feel me on that, son. Feel me, son. Feel me on that, son. That's my word, son. Let's see how this shit works, son. Word out. You know what I'm saying? Word out, nigga. Word out. This is so much bullshit. All right, so let's keep going. So immediately halt all your doubting and scoffing by filling yourself with absolute confidence in your astral body and its power to do anything whatsoever on earth. Do not merely pretend to acquire this confidence, but saturate your whole body with it from head to foot. That's what I just taught you. Don't pretend to be it. So the kid going outside, as I described, kid number one, is pretending to play. The kid that's running around feeling the emotion of what he's doing in the park is playing. You gotta feel it and know it. You understand? I often get people just really don't understand. I know you're fronting. You too cool for school. Since you know this shit and everybody you know don't, you're the smartest dummy in your circle. But I know you need me to break this down in such detail because y'all can't do it. And I've seen it over and over again. So I'm giving you the secret. You're welcome. Ay, Dios mío. So you can't pretend to acquire confidence. And truth be told, if you can't play in the park, you're going to have to start with pretending to have the confidence. That's when you get this phrase, fake it till you make it. So you keep pretending you have confidence until you actually have it. But that's training wheels. And if you need them, by all means, no judgment. Do what you got to do, but understand you got to do it. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck and stifled. And the greatest question I hear is, how do when I die, I don't want to come back. Well, that comes from confidence in knowing. It doesn't come from mistakes, guessing, or me telling you something to do. It comes from you knowing, motherfucker, it's my mind. I came here and I don't come back if I don't want to. But if you're ignorant to the process and who you are, you're earning a first class ticket here because there's a force or a will that wants to draw you back. It's called your ego. The demiurge, baby. There's an energy that feeds off of you being down here ignorant, crying. Not just about the white man, but all the white man inspired shit. GMO food, some eats off of your complaint. Rent, mortgage, and gas bill, some eats off of your complaints. And they want feeding. Think about this for a second. When have you ever seen a cow in the wild or a chicken in the forest or one of them white pigs just running around the jungle? You don't, because they was a boar, turkey, and buffalo, but they were dumbed down by a form of cloning, natural cloning, into a food source. A cow has one purpose: food. That's it. A cow is out of the natural system of predator and prey, out of the food chain for the ecosystem of its area, and is a total food product for the human being. So is the chicken. It has no other purpose but to be a fucking hot one. So let me ask you this. Does the chicken know it's a food source? Does the cow know that it has no other purpose but to be our food? And it is going through a holocaust because of it. So what if the human being is just nothing more than a food source for something higher? And why would we know it? The cows don't know it. Y'all ain't ready for some real shit about yourself, because your fucking egos are out of control and you think you're more special than you are. What you have incarnated as a human being is nothing more than you coming here as a chicken. And your consciousness is like the movie Chicken Run. Look, fellow chickens, we need to get the fuck up out of here. Or your consciousness is nothing more than Charlotte's Web, Zuckerman's favorite pig. A pig that didn't know shit until he got some conscious information. They said, look, motherfucker, you're Zuckerman's favorite pig and you won a prize in the tournament. You's a bad motherfucker, Mr. Pig. I ain't gonna smell. A bad motherfucker. You won the blue ribbon at the state fair. Then Wilbur, the pig, was smelling his own ass. Motherfucker, what y'all know about me though, Don? I'm Zuckerman's favorite pig. I'm sure y'all remember that story from when I was little. Zuckerman's favorite pig. Zuckerman's favorite pig. Until Charlotte, that spider, the goddess, said, let me put you up on game, nigga. Yeah, you Zuckerman's favorite pig right now. But you smell that smell coming out of his kitchen? That's called bacon, nigga. And they cut that from the side of your ass. So you're gonna get bigger and bigger and bigger. And then you're gonna be Zuckerman's favorite dinner. And Charlotte was now conscious and did everything to remain Zuckerman's favorite pig. If I remember right, the motherfucker was trying to talk or some shit. Chicken Run, same concept. What they're trying to tell you is you are a food source as a human being. The best you are as a human being is a better food source. The more you want to be a better human being is the more you don't even get the real story here. Y'all got to study more of what this is, silly niggas. Y'all are so religious, y'all even think what I'm talking about is just another aspect of religion, not a way of truly understanding who you are and what the ancients were talking about with know thyself. Motherfucker, you a fucking chicken run, nigga. You a two-piece in a biscuit, nigga. You are in a snack box, nigga. And what you are is actually older than that which feeds off of you. But it must be cultivated, raised up, realized for it to become a threat to that entity or those archons, entities that run you by way of vampire, for vampiring off of you and inspiring you for human thought, human angst, anxiety, depression, hostility, black on black crime, police beatings, Trayvon Martins, Yusef Hawkins, all of this shit that you've been going through is not white man inspired. He's the distraction. He's a tool of an entity that gave you that only so you don't realize that you are here for one purpose, to feed them. So much so when you die, they have things in the astral world to help you get back to this motherfucker for another round of dinner on you, nigga. The stuff I'm telling you is how you build up, because you are of that same mind, even older than they are. But you sleep in the human body. And if you don't use your gun, it's worthless. I had a gun and I had it in the safe. I'm like, what the fuck? If somebody breaking this motherfucker, let me think about no combination. How about I keep it by the twin room with no kids? How about I keep it by the nightstand? If I hear some shit, somebody getting shot immediately. Immediately. Keep them handy. Handy and dandy, baby. So, all right, let's keep going. Do not merely pretend to acquire confidence in it, but saturate your whole body with it from head to toe. Feel the confidence in it filter through your whole body, from your head down to your neck, to your shoulders, to your arms. You usually do this by breathing it, not a breathing technique. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's valid for what that is. No shame. But you're breathing it in on every breath, power. Out negativity. In power, out negativity. You can visualize colors or just see a power. See muscles, black, that, power, spike, that, whatever image you need. As I breathe it in, I'm taking it in more than just breathing it in. It's almost uncomfortable, it's too much. And you're doing it because you're feeling it. You're making yourself feel it. It's not just happening, just twitchy feeling. You're making yourself feel it. Who's to say you're not, but you? And what is that? Doubt. And all the other things, he's scoffing, which he makes a point of saying you have to deal with in terms of eradicating. I've eradicated that, nigga. I am God. Look in my eyes. I am a fucking master internally. I am the master student most of all. There's nothing I feel that is inescapable by me. There's nothing outside of my grasp, nothing I cannot do, nothing I'm not willing to do for knowledge itself. Anything that takes me from A to B is why I'm here. There's no other reason. I promise you, I am G-O-D, spell it backwards. I am that fucking dog. I know it, and I don't give a fuck what you know, what you think, what you care about, and your opinion of it. You can wipe my ass all day. God is speaking. And the good news is I'm teaching you to have that same self-knowing. There is no doubt in what I speak, what I say, what I do, what I mean, what I am. There's no doubt in it. There's no room for it. I don't have these thoughts. They don't exist. They have been eradicated in me a long time ago. And I also know how to keep myself normal around you. Because if I talk like that, what does one say? Oh, panic's out of control. His ego is just... Because you think in the occult, that's what the ego means. It's not. The ego is all that shit you talk about, saving kids. That's the ego. The ego wants to survive. The ego is humanity. So everything that is pro-human is the ego in the occult or consciousness that you're trying to stifle, eradicate, and check at every time. So when you want healthy food, don't get it twisted. Eat healthy all day. When you become this advocate, and you may be a health practitioner, not talking about like that. You know the mentality I'm talking about. This motherfucker who thinks he figured it all out because he eats organic fucking no fucking polysorbate frutonic acid in your fucking chicken breast. And all of a sudden you have done something miraculous in the world of transformation. That's all bullshit. And that's actually the human ego they're talking about. Things that are pro-human. The greatest thing in the human ego, the attack, is the newborn baby. Motherfucker. Their power of seduction is unmatched. You know, we just had a new granddaughter, and all you doing is give me, that. All the hopes that rush through your mind of what you're going to do and can do and want to see for the new baby is fucking unending. And it's a trick. Doesn't mean you should love your grandchild less. Doesn't mean you should treat your grandchild less. All it means is you should know what that is. And there is something that is more important than that. And you got to know how to deal with that with class. Not deal with it just cause or repeating some doctrine. Fuck the baby. Fuck the babies. Because it's the side of what makes the most sense and everybody's on. You got to understand why you're saying fuck the baby. You understand what I'm saying? The baby is the ultimate weapon that the demiurge has against you. You see that baby, you used to get to smelling that motherfucker. You be wiping the baby's ass going, oh, I'm cleaning her boo-boo. Oh my goodness, she's peeing on me. He's peeing on me. Oh, what a thing. And you tell that story. Like, imagine I took my dick out and pissed on you. Nigga, it'd be war forever. Our families would go to war over some shit like that. Generational Hatfields and McCoys over some shit like that. Let your little niece fucking shit in your hand. Oh my God, ooh, little green boo-boo. You tend to throw all bets are off. You just need to know what that is and means. So you're talking about the generic babies. Fuck the kids, fuck the babies, fuck this, fuck that. It's really the generic concept that somehow all kids somehow deserve everything you got. They deserve everything they got from the people who brought them here. And if you see one suffering, of course. You know, there's never a day I would let any kid not eat or whatever. But my emotion is what I need to curb. My emotion in it and understanding within my emotion is what I need to deal with. You understand what I'm saying? And as I say, the demiurge never stops. As I say, Khadijah sends me a picture of me and the grandbaby. Let me try to find it. That don't look as weird. And no matter how you slice it, let me see if you can see it. You're gonna make that stupid gushing face. You know what I'm saying? That stupid gushing face. Because that's what you do with babies. But that feeling in that face, I know is the demiurge. Doesn't mean you can't help it. Doesn't mean you're gonna end the world if you decide to do it. But to act on it in a bigger picture as a theory of how to operate on a planet becomes a problem if you understand the code science. Would you like to have on next Thursday's show? What would you like me to talk about? Question mark. Yeah, I can do next Thursday. That's for my man, Uncle Hanky. Uncle Hanky. Let me see what the name of his show is. Then I can plug his show. He has a blog talk radio show. I'm trying to find the name of it. So y'all can search it. Nigga, what's the name of your show? Okay, it's called Magnet, Crystal, and Pyramids. One word. Magnets, crystals, and pyramids. All plural with an S. Magnets, crystals, and pyramids. Go find him, do a search on Blog Talk. That's our man, Uncle Hanky. Brother Rising Sun. Brother Hank, Rising Sun.
Message.
Also known as Brother Hanky. Magnets, crystals, and pyramids. And check out some of his past shows. Brother Phil's on the show. I've been on the show. Khadijah's been on the show. And he does a lot in...
Message.
Nah, he needs to stop fucking texting me.
Message.
He does a lot in he does a lot in the work with the ayahuasca and the mushrooms and all the other mind-altering drugs. He administers licking toads. So you get to hear what he got going on. Magnets, crystals, and pyramids. I'll be on next Thursday, so look for it. Blog Talk Radio. It probably comes on like 8 or 9 o'clock, so y'all look for it. Send me a photo you want to use. Nigga. Fucking up my goddamn karate. Who's fucking up my karate? It's fucking up my karate. Karate. If I don't get this shit to him now, Uncle Hank will email all fucking night. Get him out the way. Tuck him in. That's the order of the day. So let's keep going with this. So confidence is the name of the game. As you can see, as I look in your eye, I am fucking God. There's no doubt in me. I promise you there's none. None. You want to test that will? I've never really had real challenges. Like, you want to see how this shit work? I can wreck your infrastructure. But I'm a nice guy. Who's gonna do that, man? Watch your mouth, nigga. All right, where was we? Feel the confidence in it filter through your whole body, from your head down to your neck, to your shoulders, to your arms, to your chest, to your waist, to your legs, to your feet, to your entire body tingles with it. Remember, I was showing you I was doing this? My entire body is tingling. So instead of having to go through all of these things anymore, just turn it on, baby. I'll show y'all how to get there, baby. It's like that, baby. You're gonna have to get there, baby. Zippy bubble, baby. Practice saturating yourself with this confidence until you are thoroughly convinced from head to foot that your astral body does exist and that it stands there facing you, ready to obey your command. So what you're starting to do is get your astral body under your control. It's facing you, looking at you. Your wish is my command. I'm there to serve you. The nerve endings at your physical navel, which will now have been desensitized against anything astral because of your habitual mental attitude toward physical phenomena. Listen closely. The nerve endings at your physical navel until now have been desensitized. So you were desensitized because, again, it atrophied. You weren't thinking about it. It's just a belly button. But the more habitual you are in your mental attitude towards psychic phenomena, the more sensitive this area will start to become. And just by me putting my thoughts on it, I can feel it tingle. Because I'm no longer in the place where I have to go through the technique to do it. It's either on or it's not. I've done this. It's on. This is old shit. You kind of still want to sit down in the moment, and then I turn it on. Because like a boxer, you want to warm up before you get in the ring. No matter how advanced you are as a boxer, there's certain shit you need to do to get ready. So even though I can turn these things on, that's where you take this deep breath. So I know I'm about to meditate and get into a zone of heavy visualization. Then I feel first the tension in my body. And then I make a conscious effort to drop it. First I make it tense so I can feel the extremeness of letting go. So I'm really just tightening my chest, ass, my legs are tight, my arms are actually tight like this, sitting here. I enact the 3-breath technique, 1, 2, and then I jump out my body. So 1, 2, 3, I'm going to jump out and my spirit double is going to be standing in front of me. And then now that's how it came out. I see it. I see it looking around. I see it turning towards me. I see it standing there in its fucking powerful glory. Schwarzenegger muscles, Wesley Snipes, black, weapons, power, red eyes. I know the name, I say the name. Then I get on with what I needed or wanted to do. I want you to help me build my studio. It takes, it bows its head, gets back in the body. I see it walk back in and sit back in. And then it's doing the work that I assigned it to do. It's that simple. Ay, Dios mío. Let's go, nigga. Practice saturating yourself with this confidence until you are thoroughly convinced from head to toe that your astral body does exist and that it stands there facing you, ready to obey your command. The nerve endings at your physical navel, which until now have been desensitized against anything astral because of your habitual mental attitude towards psychic phenomena, will suddenly acquire an abnormal supersensitivity and draw astral sensations from your mind's navel for a change. The ether in your mind's navel will, as a consequence, be drawn toward the physical body at the end of your mind's navel and thereby create a vacuum by the mouth of your silver cord. Your silver cord valve will then snap open towards your physical body and allow communications from your astral body to pour into your body. You will have seized the magic key to ESP control, practice, and master. You will have seized the magic key to ESP plus control. Practice and master this exercise so that you can seize hold of the magic key to secret ESP plus control at will anytime you wish. So what I've been telling you with me is I can do this at will and anytime I wish. That just comes with practice. You may want to go, you're going to have to go through this exercise slowly so you can stay focused and build a whole scenario from beginning to end and stay focused in that scenario. After a while, that scenario gets easier. There'll be certain key things that you'll see in yourself that you can activate. It gets better, like anything with practice. All right. How to unite the magic key to secret ESP plus control. Oh, no, let me read it again. Let me get some water in a second, too. That's what it is. How to unite the magic key to secret ESP plus control to your conscious mind through your Psychastra route. Booyah. I got you. I see where you're going. All right. So, oh, man. So what they're saying is, now that the magic key is that meditation I just said. The physical route is this guy I showed you. That's the physical route. So once it comes through the mind's navel, the vacuum is here. Once it hits the navel, there's a route that it takes to get to your physical brain or your conscious mind for it to be your day-to-day flow. Here's how you do that. Hotel beloved. All right. Water. Sugar. Water. Delicious. I crunchy munch. It's time to get a little bit of the crunchy munch. This is the Gustav. It has the buttery toffee with the peanuts. It has a nice little crunch in it, no trans fat. Then you make it nice with the I left the box open. There's not a lot of crunch, but there's some munch, but not a lot of crunch. Yeah. All right. Need that sugar. Okay. So Now we're going to talk about what happens in you physically by doing this spiritual exercise. Crunchy munch, man. I'm sorry, man. I got to eat the crunchy munch. Somebody got to eat the crunchy munch. Otherwise, I can't do nothing. I can't do nothing. I have to eat the crunchy munch. I need the energy. Otherwise, I'm no good. How am I going to drop in science without a taste of the crunchy munch? You have to wait for the crunchy munch. The nerve routes, which are astral, that's when you know you got a mouthful of crunchy munch. Crunchy munch. The nerve routes, which your astral body communicates, pursue through your body to your conscious and subconscious mind, compose your psychastral route. It consists of 5 individual nerve pathways running like lines of a muscular bar parallel to each other until they reach your brain. Damn, boy. There they diverge, each one continuing to its respective cerebral destination. So I broke down earlier the 5 places they end up in your head. The 5 individual nerve pathways of your psychastral route are composed of sensory which are message-bringing nerves, which convey separately to different areas of your brain astral messages of muscle coordination, pain and temperature, touch and pressure, proprioceptive, or sensations of the pull and pull of gravity in horizontal planes. That's what that means. Of the earth, horizontal planes of the earth. Spinal, visual reflexes, or reflexes of equilibrium. The writing to keep your body erect. Each of these 5 nerve pathways receives a specific astral sensation from your mind navel and transmits it to a site about midway down your back, or about 1.5 below the line across your back, uniting the bottom of your shoulder blades, or into that portion of your spinal cord located within the space of 1/8 or n9 theoretic vertebrae. See illustration 1. So, in other words, see if I can pin this somewhere. They're talking about there's a nerve right here in your back. Let me see if I can get him better. So comes in, goes up this pathway. This is the route, your psychastral route. These are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 areas in your brain that those 5 pathways end up. But there's a nerve. Right here. Let's talk about that nerve and what the purpose of that is. and how you can activate that to serve you. All right? So from there, the astral sensations are transmitted up your spine, parallel to each other, in different, oh, let me see something. Okay, no. Always starts with 5. In different sections of your spinal cord under such neuroanatomic names as the tract of Gall, the tract of Burdach, the tract of Lissanur, the lateral spinothalamic tract, the ventral spinothalamic tract, and so forth. So those are the names of the 5 pathways. One of them proceeds to your cerebellum, your muscle coordination centers. Others proceed to your thalamus, your sensation recordings center. The remainder proceed to other parts of your brain. All terminate in your conscious and subconscious minds. All of them together create your psychastral route, and that's how the route unites your magic key to secret ESP plus control to your conscious mind. Your psychastral route will be described more thoroughly as you are taught how to use this miraculous power. All right. How to put your magic key to the secret ESP plus control under the domination of your conscious mind. All that shit talking I was showing you earlier about I'm God, is showing you that I have put that will that people like to say as something to build their confidence or to feel better about themselves under the domination of my conscious mind. I know it through and through. It is what I am. I believe this. It is my reality. And I pimp and move accordingly. So when I read a book like a God. I eat French fries like God. Because that's what I am, not what I'm trying to be, not what I want to be, not what I say to myself to make myself feel better. I am God. I am God. That's fact. So are you. The difference between me and you, perhaps, is I put it under the domination and control of my conscious mind. Here's a technique, or here's a way. The conscious mind itself erects the most formidable barrier against your dominating the magic key to the secret ESP plus control with it by its instinctive doubting attitude. I'm going to say that again slow so you understand how powerful and what it is you heard. Your conscious mind itself erects the most formidable barrier against dominating the magic key to ESP plus control, or anything for that matter, magically. Your greatest enemy is your own conscious mind. Most of these techniques is to bypass it, to fool it, or to dominate it. The conscious mind, the ego, is the mechanism for the demiurge. And as long as the ego is littered in everything you could possibly do, there's always a chance of you straying from your path. This is represented daily. See, when you say the demiurge is always at you, always doing, sounds like a big deal. But how does it work that you know? It's your doubting mind. that you sit with every day, that's how the demiurge works, through that ego, through the part of you that's always constantly doubting your higher self. So your conscious mind itself erects the most formidable barrier against you. That's why you think you ain't meditating right. That's why these niggas made whole philosophies on what I'm saying and why it doesn't work, and never tried it. So why pussy isn't good but not fucking it. You know what I'm saying? So the conscious mind itself erects the most formidable barrier against your dominating magical key, secret ESP control. With it, by its instinctive doubting attitude. Your conscious mind didn't get low self-esteem and start doing this, though low self-esteem won't help. Low self-esteem comes because you have an instinctive doubting attitude. That's the nature of humanity. So when you heard me, Brother Bobby, saying things like, humanity ain't for you, humanity is bullshit, stop investing in it because it is flawed by its very nature. One of those flaws is that your conscious mind, you are born with an instinctive doubting attitude. And with the right circumstances, these things turns to full-blown anxiety, insecurities, and mental illness. You understand? So you have to acknowledge what you're working with. If you watch that movie with Andre and Big Pussy, the one on the ego called Revolver, he says throughout the movie, your greatest enemy is closer than you think. Of course, they eventually reveal it's your own mind, it's your own doubting thoughts, it's your own instinctual doubting thoughts that you need to deal with. So understanding that, you need to understand how to get those, how to dominate those, how to get away from that which is guaranteed to tell you you're not a god, you're not magical, you're not spiritual, you'll never beat this, you'll never figure that out, you'll never do that. There's something in you that's dying to tell you that. That's the nature of it. But the work is overcoming that. You're having a fight with yourself. That is the war in heaven. Your own doubting conscious mind versus your true nature. And you finding technique for your true nature to reign supreme in you, through you, around you, to whereas it manifests in your reality day to day, physically, spiritually, and such. It is difficult, on the other hand, to order all doubt of the magic key, secret ESP plus control, out of your conscious mind, because some doubt will remain in it in undetectable ways. So you're always going to have some doubt because it comes out in undetectable ways. But if you are dedicated to finding out who and what you truly are, you are dedicated to find out about that undetectable doubt. You may recognize another name for this undetectable doubt. That's called the dark side. So while you think the dark side is being bad and calling a motherfucker, it's really about trying to find that which is undetectable in you. That which would mean your spiritual prowess, which is atrophied sleep, and you are no longer aware of, and also those things, human things of doubt that you may not even know about yourself. That's all fucked up. Undetectable. Self-realization, the name of the game. I had to realize things about my dear old mom growing up that I thought I was over, that I wasn't. I had to admit to myself, God damn, this is why I do this and this is why I do that. I just thought it was everyday people, how I'm supposed to be. But I realized this is something because I was traumatized. This is something because, I'll make it real simple, had a real traumatic event with my mother at a very young age where I was outside of my body yelling. Like, and then we went to see the movie The Wiz. So with such a joyous childhood movie, from my era at least, this incredible trauma of this day, ending with this idea of joyhood trauma, because you build up in your mind The Wiz, what it's going to be and what you want to see about it. All black people and blah, blah, Michael Jackson. So when they're promoting this, every kid from my era, nutting in his pants to see it. So these days now have been merged. So all throughout life, after 1977 or whatever the fuck this shit came out, 78, 77, all throughout life, whenever something pleasurable I would get, I would always have to see the bullshit that I felt was guaranteed to come along with it. It was a must, because I programmed early on trauma, programmed my subconscious mind. By the end of that traumatic day, this pleasure that I received, which made it seem in my whole entire reality that everything I've ever accomplished, there has to be equal or greater bullshit attached. When I realized this formerly undetectable reality about myself, I was able to bring this darkness into the light. Out of darkness comes light, and that's really the process of the dark side, finding that which is hidden or undetectable or occult. The hidden culture that exists that dictated for 40 years of my life how I'm supposed to act and react towards everything that comes my way. So everything I had good, I must see something of equal value. And it exists like that naturally based upon the law of polarity and rhythm. But then I've taught you the mental alchemy of neutralization. Whereas even though there is this balance that's happening, if you change your focus, you won't notice the ups and downs, though they're happening. So I don't get out of bed to sell herb packs. I get out of bed to teach. So though when I do look with a microscope, I do see ups and downs in my herb pack sales, but I never miss it. I never feel like, God damn, I ain't got no money. I always have money, even though there are ups and downs. I don't notice it because I'm not focused on it. And that's how you neutralize polarity and rhythm. You get what I'm saying? So that's why I can see it. Every good thing I got, there's a bad thing, and equal and opposite or worse based upon your perspective of it. Because it does happen. That is polarity. But my realization of it, whereas I suffer more because I realize it. That which you ignore is not happening. You know what I'm saying? Not all the time, but you will never be able to get down to stopping it if you ignore it, because you don't know the source. So most of us think the bad things that happen randomly to us. We don't realize there's a polarity or a rhythm thing happening, that there's a system here. So understanding my core thought process on good and bad, a good and bad day must exist in the same space, or good and bad must exist in the same space for me. To break that down is to be able to stay on the side of the pendulum swing that I choose. So that's the darkness. That's what they mean when he talks about, where was I? I'm losing my place. This doubt and this hidden world. What's that on this page? Yeah. So that doubting attitude or that subconscious programming is the dark side, is which, you know, is that hidden thing. So weakening it at the nerve gap and immediately strengthening the opposite thoughts of, meaning strengthening your positive thoughts and breaking down through the visualization at the nerve gap two of that nerve pathway, blah, 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 so that you practically exterminate the thought that you don't want your brain to receive. Okay, I got you. I remember what you were saying. Let me make sure I didn't, yeah, I want to go back because I want y'all to get this. It was actually the point. And I know what he's talking about. All right. Integrative means the ability to pass into another form or kind by a series of intermediate grades. Which the integrative flexibility of your central nervous system, you can suddenly exchange any thought or impression you receive into the very opposite instantly. So what he's talking about, which he will explain more, and I will, but I'll give you the shortcut so you're on the same page. What he's starting to talk about is you can change your thought at the nerve level instead of having to think about it. Oh, I'm thinking of negative thoughts, let me change them. What if you could do that here? The same way, and he uses this example, and I'll read it to you, where if I was a boxer, I'm trained to see a punch before it's thrown. Boom. If I see a punch after it's thrown, 9 times out of 10, I'm hitting my face. So my nerve knows how to block. You know what I'm saying? So that's what they teach you. Aaron, the brother who you seen singing on the ayahuasca tape, the brother who sang the chorus on Soul Glow, which you could get on, anywhere, any platform, music is soul. Me and Aaron are gonna work on some new stuff too. He's gonna come around here. We're gonna work on some stuff. Aaron's also a black belt and all the rest of that fly shit. And I said, let me take a class. Now I knew the concept. When you watch Karate Kid, he teaches them a technique through repetition. Wax on, wax off. And then ultimately, when he says, what is this shit I'm doing? He's basically saying, I'm showing you a basic move that you can do everything from wax on, wax off. But meanwhile, he did it thousands of times to train his subconscious mind into this move that he does without thinking. I showed you that before. I can say my ABCs faster than my mouth can keep up. ABC, because I don't have to think on something I sang thousands of times over. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. You were saying it that fast, you can tell I'm not thinking. How do you know? If I have to say it backwards, Z, Y, X, or Z, X, Y, Z, so Z, Y, X, W, V, U, Q, R, S, T, U, V. I used to practice saying it backwards years ago. And even without practice, it's in you, but you can't consciously recall it because it's routine that we've come to tell ourselves. That's how I know. I just know what I know and I know how I know. But it's actually really just cause of repetition, trauma, and symbols. So there's also another form of repetitious training that happens in the nerve, the body. So if I'm a karate master, as soon as somebody moves, I'm here with it. Because all I did in class was just practice this. Good, good, good. Now, or let's even go to the new Karate Kid with Jaden Smith. He's with Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan's supposed to be training him. Jackie Chan just tells him, hang up the coat, drop the coat, put it on the floor, hang it up, put it on the floor. He's doing this for this long, ridiculous time till he's at wit's end. Why am I doing this? I came for this. Then he starts to show him, here's the move. The move is up here, down here. He's been doing it all this time, so he's been training all this time. So when he starts at this move, which is the basics, for which everything comes out of, then he's so adept in practice without practicing, where his conscious mind didn't say, you'll never learn karate, you're not doing it right, you'll never be just as good as him. He fooled the conscious mind by just having him do the physical move. And then he's now doing the physical move again, but he's did the training without training. It's the art of fighting without fighting. You think you're fighting, you know you're fighting or can lose a fight, then it becomes a different dynamic with the conscious mind. You think you're just putting up a coat and putting it down. Nothing in your conscious mind is going to player-hate that to a degree. It's going to player-hate it like, this ain't karate. What am I doing? But I know I can do this. In fact, that's why you're complaining, because it is easy to put a coat up and put it down. Perfection in your training. Perfection. Your subconscious mind doesn't say I can't do it. In fact, it's overconfident that it can. It just doesn't see how it has anything to do with what you're about to train in, and it doesn't have to. Because as long as you did the routine, you know it like the ABCs. And something else happens that these karate masters found out, or these fighters found out. Like the 8 C's, you don't have, once the subconscious mind knows it, and you don't have to think to say A, okay, B, C, D. Imagine that. E, F, G. Like, you're not doing that. Why? Think about this for a second. Why? Why I can do all of this and looking at A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Now, if I try to figure out some algebra, this is coming down, okay, X over what, eyes look up in the head, because I need all my attention, because it's not just readily available as something that has been routinely given to me since this small. So, Can you do this for other things? The occultist understands just the way you know your ABCs without thinking. What if you could program yourself to attract money without thinking? Whoa. What if you could program yourself to attract women or whatever the fuck you want without thinking through the techniques of this routine? Then you see there's a movie called Master Killer, one of the very few movies I did watch as a kid. And he wants to be trained. He goes to the Shaolin Temple. They said, we ain't going to train you, nigga. But listen, we're going to let you fix our rules here. So while we do our business. So for years, he's fixing the roofs. And they show him while he's watching all these motherfuckers train. And he's just tying the roof off, bamboo. And, while he's watching, he's doing shit with his hands. And they're showing him in the movie. Okay, all right. Then he comes, of course, just like Will Smith. I didn't watch Karate Kid, so I know about wax on, wax off. I don't know if he complained about it, but she probably did. Why am I doing this? I came to learn karate. Let me show you something. And same thing Jaden Smith did. I came to learn karate. Why am I fucking hanging up my coat and putting it down? All right, put him on that thing. He was up and down with it. Now, so same thing. He comes to listen, I've been here 10 years fixing your rooms for free. I think I earned it when you finally teach me karate. Of course, he has his tea. Oh, you want to learn, huh? Okay, throw some shit at me. Just block that shit. Bah! He said, oh, good. Then they start fighting and do this. Here with it. And he's like shocked that he knows all this shit. And really, they was trying to show you the lesson that the way you truly learn something is not sitting in a classroom setting. You can learn that way, but that's a roundabout way. There is a shortcut to training or programming yourself. That is occult science. That is what I'm teaching you. And you could train yourself to empower yourself with all of these things you keep trying to consciously beg yourself that Black people need and want. I'm showing you the secrets to this shit now. Oh, niggas. So what he's going to talk about, which I'm going to give you a shortcut, is the same way you know those ABCs, you can program your nerves to block or deflect the same way your nerves are actually what's blocking the punch. You're not thinking. Somebody go punch, boom, and you're trained to block it, move a certain way. Now, Aaron, when I went to his school, just started, the teacher's very wise, and you could tell he will wipe your ass off the face of the earth in moments. But most people aren't used to meditation. So I can see even the way he's trying to teach people meditation based upon from this ninja techniques. He does a lot to try to, it's not magic. This is how it used to work, but we forgot. Now, of course, I remember this. Who's this? Of course, call me. Remember this, and I know where he's going based upon what I do, all right, in the world. But I can see how he has to go real baby steps when he talks about the meditation aspect of the mind aspect of it. Now, body-wise, we're just doing one move. And he's telling us and showing us everything comes from this one move. So it seems like the one move is done. And then, of course, you do it over again. You're programming yourself, where this is a reflex, they call it. So can you program more complex things besides fighting and blocking a punch in your reflex? Or this nerve gap that I've showed you is what they're talking about. In this point in the spine, any doubting thoughts can be blocked there before it even enters the mind. So since I did this before, my confidence comes from my doubting thoughts. I don't have to sit with them and say, I wonder if I'm not really that guy. And what if, none of that, that's foreign to me. Because just like I know those ABCs without thinking, I can block doubting thoughts without thinking. All right, that's the concept, and he's showing you how to do that. So integrative means the ability to pass into another form or kind by a series of intermediate grades, which the integrative flexibility of your central nervous system, you can suddenly change any thought or impression you receive into the very opposite instantly. So he's saying you don't have to think about, oh God, I'm thinking negative again. All right, let me think of my positive thoughts. Spirit animal. None of that shit. Before it happens, you can integrate in you a system that blocks negativity or self-doubt before it even reaches something that you are actually pondering over and actually working against your work. So, furthermore, you can halt it and change it before it even reaches your brain. So, before the layout of the ABCs actually reach my brain, I can repeat them. And if I said them as fast as I can think of, that's not even it. When I think of the alphabet, I can see all 26 letters at once. Meaning instantaneously I can see the alphabet and I can see the shape from A to Z. Which means I see an image of the whole entire alphabet. The same image that they used to put up in every classroom. You see it every day above your head. This is mind control. Right above your head. That's why they do billboards above your head. It talks directly to the subconscious. That shape of those letters are there. I can see that instantaneously means it is beyond thinking. It's integrated into my very being. Can you do that with your partner, your landlords or authoritative figures under control, your money, your pockets, your business, your music? You gotta add that shit. Or whatever it is around this place you're trying to accomplish, can you put yourself in a position by programming yourself the same way you programmed or were programmed with the ABCs about money, finances, home, well-being of your kids, protection? You understand what I'm saying? All of those things, can you do that without thinking? I am here to tell you absolutely, because it's not a theory. I have done it, I do it, and I dare you to test my prowess on that shit. I dare you to test it. You know what I'm saying? Shit, ask Khadijah. She'll tell you how life is around this motherfucker. Like I said, her most complicated thing to do is fart through silk. I promise you. Her most complicated thing to do is fart through silk. All right. So listen now. You can halt and change it before it even reaches your brain. You can do this by halting it at the nerve gap or the nerve pathway. So that nerve gap, let me show it to all of those again, can be activated to block negative thoughts. So that pathway has a path with your intentions. You understand? But this serves you more than just this particular technique in meditation. This is the work. This is the job. This is the game right here. This is it. So by weakening it it at the nerve gap and immediately strengthening the opposite thought, either right there or at the nerve gap too of that nerve pathway, so that, or to that nerve pathway, gap to that, oh, they wrote the number 2 instead of T-O, or the nerve gap to that pathway, all right, nerve pathway, so that you practically exterminate the thought you don't want your brain to even receive. So you can exterminate it here, well, actually the spine, in this area behind me, before it even gets here to even have to deal with. Are you ready, Hotepers? Are you ready for this little journey that you're going on? Get the book or the PDF. You can read the entire thing yourself. Come to your own determinations. Get the in-depth versions if I'm not giving you enough on how this is done. The usual function of the nerve gap is to slow down or weaken, inhibit the intensity of the message, which is being transmitted along the nerve pathway. That's its usual job. But you're trying to get it to block entirely any of the human bullshit, which is guaranteed. That's the nature, I told you, of your conscious mind. It wants to do this. But there's things in you that are built to combat this. The adepts knew it. These secrets are highly guarded, and then when you heard them, you thought they were stupid and childish anyway. Because a stupid man didn't take this shit seriously. The slow nigga, whose spirit needed a few more lifetimes, would hear all this and be like, that sounds silly. You can't do that. If I can't touch it, see it, taste it, or smell it, it's not real. You niggas always talking that spiritual shit. You need to deal with what's happening on earth right now. You supposed to be dealing with what's happening on earth right now. And it's still happening, bitch. What we do is an internal transformation. It's not an earth transformation. We're not held to the same standard that you claim you're here to do. Nobody doing this work is here to do that. Ironically, if everyone was doing this work, the world would be a better place. Ironically. But that would be a side effect, not the effect. A side effect. And to me, that's neither here nor there. I would love to see the world a better place, because why not? But I'm not here to do no more than my part as someone who's done my work, to not add to the debauchery of mindless human thought. Tyler Perry movies and goddamn Instagram hate. YouTube comments about what you think, what is what about whatever nigga you don't even know shit about besides what's happening on YouTube, which is a performance, stupid. Adios mio. Then I'm walking around saying adios mio, nigga. It's all performance. Damn, crunchy munch is good. Crunchy munch, boy, crunchy munch is so good. How to apply and speed up integrative flexibility in your central nervous system. So, good. Like I said, these niggas just make up names for meditations that they're doing. When they make up a name, the name catches on, then they're known for creating something they're not really creating. They're all reflecting our ancient information, our ancient sciences. So sure, you can't write a book and say this is the black man's science, so he has to make new names. Integrative flexibility. And that's really just blocking at the central nervous, at that particular nerve on your central nervous system, how to block doubtful thoughts. All right. The faster you apply integrative flexibility of your central nervous system when you want to put the magic key to ESP plus control under your domination of your conscious mind, the faster you will acquire secret ESP plus control. So the faster you do this, the faster you can do that. So study and master that now. Lie on your back in the bed. Sit on the chair or shut your eyes. Again, visualize your astral body right before you, connected to you by the silver cord. Again, fill yourself with absolute confidence in your astral body and its power to do anything, whatever on earth. And let this confidence saturate your whole body from head to foot. That dilates your mind's navel. That's how your mind's navel will start to dilate, open up. All right? Just that. That visualization of empowering your spirit double is how you open the valve. And your astral body flow rushes through you, through your psychastral route, through your reversely open silver cord valve. Right now, right away, now your conscious mind will give vent to lurking doubts that your astral body can indeed do anything or whatever on earth for you. So usually this shows up for a nigga, let's say he's trying to do his meditation, as thinking. Now, you want me thinking I can fly, I can walk through walls, then you start thinking of shit like, well, matter can't physically walk through walls because, you know, this would happen, that would happen. Even though it doesn't seem like a harmful thought, it is in opposition to the astral body, and it is limiting to something that actually has no limit. So even though you may not be beating up on yourself, just intellectually questioning that is in opposition to your spirit. So when I see these niggas doing YouTube tapes, trying to ground you and what you need to do physically to save yourself, though not having to say it, even though they say it, they are displaying their opposition of thought that they have. So now that tells me what they truly are spiritually. So I know I'm dealing with a nigga who ain't shit spiritually, even though he's running down some serious lecture shit. The serious lecture shit he's running down, as intelligent as you're used to that sounding, is just in opposition to truly who you are by this perspective. And even then, I don't give a fuck. I just think you should stay out of my business. Stay out of pimping. Anybody dealing with this, stay out of it. You prove you're not built for it because you're ensconced in opposition. You've created lectures and philosophies about your opposition and weakness and what you have been regulated down to by the white man. Time for the crunchy munchy. Funky Ma. Funky Ma. Funky Ma. All right. Let this confidence saturate your whole body, head to toe. All right, we got that. So, right away, your conscious mind is already going to start doubting. Like I said, it's not a vicious thing. It's not a low self-esteem thing. It's an intellect thing. Let's say you see your astral body walking on clouds. Your conscious mind says, oh, you can't walk on clouds. Nigga, you'll fall through. Ain't nothing there. You can't breathe up there. It'll be cold. It means nothing. And then you may get back to that meditation, but that's how it works. It sneaks in on you as logic, as reasoning. As reasoning that you may not be able to question, as you may not be wrong. To your human body, you may be 100% right, but your astral body is not dealing with the same restrictions. And you got to get that through to yourself. You got to convince yourself of that. Because if you're convinced of that, then you can probe these non-restricted places in your mind to learn, to become. That's how you do it. And then understand how to deal with your doubting human intellectual response, which is guaranteed to come. And by doing this meditation that they're talking about, you will beat this off at the cut. Hit it in the nerve, not the brain. All right. Lurking doubts. This shit is funny. That your astral body can indeed do anything, whatever, on earth for you. But the doubts will bounce your astral body flow right back out of your physical body. So negative, and we don't even want to have to say negative thoughts. Negative thoughts, of course. Fearful thoughts, of course. But just your reasoning is enough to knock your astral body right out your body, or your spirit go back into a submissive place where it's not really serving you like you can have it serve you from an aspect of power. Right back out of your physical body through your mind's navel and prevent you from even hoping to gain ESP plus control. To prevent that from happening, the instant your lurking doubts tear loose in your conscious mind, implant the very opposite thought. The absolute conviction that your astral body can perform at once any miracle you ask of it in the nerve gap located halfway down your spinal cord. So you have to be conscious of these portions of your body. Know when you have a doubting thought, be conscious of that halfway point in your body, that nerve, and whatever your doubting thought was. People can't walk on clouds. You aggressively walk on clouds. You pick up clouds, you throw clouds, you eat clouds. You form cities out of clouds now. You sleep on clouds. You see your house now clouds. You know what I'm saying? You go harder in the thought, especially that same thought, because your doubting mind chose to doubt it there. That means something in your subconscious mind believes this. You can't do this. Of course you can. I told you you're not able to physically walk on clouds. But why does your spirit believe you can? Question. So by aggressively using a counter thought, you're aggressively attacking that particular thought that did emerge out of darkness. So You implant the very opposite thought, the absolute conviction that your astral body can perform at once and at the nerve gap halfway down your spinal cord where your psychastra route transmits and communicates from your astral body into your spinal cord. In other words, that's the point, that nerve. Let's look at the picture again. Looking at the picture, coming in, where we at? Coming in from the navel, it doesn't hit the spine until it hits the nerve. So this is where it touches the spine. The psychastra route now follows the pathway to the spine, to the brain. This nerve is where it meets. That's why it's a focal point in your work, all right? So, where we at? No, we're looking, block the, I think I'm here. You do this regularly already when you participate in any kind of athletic oh, there we go. That's where we get the boxing thing. Hold on, what's this? Right, we're here. You do this regularly. And that's just, think of this opposition in thoughts, focusing on the nerve gap where the psychastral route hits the spine first. You do this regularly already when you participate in any kind of athletic competition. Hold on. If you do this regularly already when you participate in any kind of athletic competition, I don't know why they wrote that shit. Oh, okay, you're saying you do this already. All right. Oh, I get it. You're saying we do this already when we participate in any kind of athletic competition. This is something we do. This nerve, at this nerve gap kicks in, and that's what we talked about earlier. The boxer has to think and dodge and block the blow coming his way after it's already on its way to him, and even think so fast before it reaches him that he can beat it to the punch with a counter blow of his own. So does the fencer. The basketball player does likewise when he intercepts a ball after a rival player has thrown it in a different direction from which he has been expected to. In Psychastra, you do the same to yourself by beating your own conscious mind, your conscious mind thought to the punch. When your lurking doubts subsequently reach the nerve gaps, they will be routed and exterminated from your central nervous system, while the communication from your astral body finds its way paved for it to rush on dynamically to your now unresistant conscious mind and implant itself full strength into it. You can then consciously easily communicate with your astral body and put it under domination and acquire ESP plus control. All right. Ooh, god damn, it's getting hot. This motherfucker. Let's pull this up a bitch. All right, let's get it. Come on, son of a bitch. All right, here we go. I'm gonna get a bigger one on motherfuckers. I'm watching you. And you're ugly. Summing up the magic key of this magic key, because it's not the magic key, of this particular magic key. Secret ESP plus control is a greater and infinitely greater power than ESP. With it, you actually unite your astral body and assume complete dictatorship over it, and make use of any of its miracle powers at will. Psychastra is the magic key to this secret dictatorship of your conscious mind and over your astral body, and it is concealed in your mind's navel. With Psychastra, psycho-astral power, you seize hold of the magic key to secret ESP plus control and reverse the normal movement of your silver cord valve and permanent full communication from your astral body to rush into your physical body. Then you unite the magic key with your conscious mind through your psychastral route. With the integrated flexibility of your central nervous system, your brain spinal cord, you put the magic key under the domination of your conscious mind and acquire ESP plus control. You increase this control enormously by speeding up and applying integrated flexibility of your central nervous system. You're now ready to lock your ESP plus control firmly within the Psychastra route and get ready to use it with various miracle powers. I'm getting tired and there's a little bit more to go. All right, I'm gonna come back and finish up. Right, good enough. Take a break, go get something to eat, do what I do, and there'll be another part to this. Finishing up. Mind you, give out this info. Ay, Dios mío, crunchy munch. It's delicious. It's delicious. Crunchy munch is delicious. Baltimore, guys, September 28th. Come on. 2019, baby. 2 to 9 p.m. 110 South Utah Street, EUTAW Street. That's in Baltimore, MD, 21201. 110 South Utah Street, Baltimore, MD, 21201. 2 to 9 p.m., September 28th. So this is the whole DMV. Come on down, niggas. 35 at the door, crossing the gates of death. Brother Panic, Khadijah, she's gonna kill it. She's gonna speak for an hour or so, killing it, maybe longer. We'll figure it out. But you want to hear her speak, niggas. You do. You really do. If you haven't taken her class or gotten a reading, you are missing out on some remarkable shit. I'm not even selling it. I am, well, I don't want to say just as shocked, but very shocked that it is what it is. She also has products. You can go to her website, somdireadings.com. My site is Occult Lectures. My channel on YouTube is Occult Lectures. Everybody else is just everybody else. I don't care. They can do whatever. Well, don't do whatever, but if I see something I don't like, you're gonna get attention. But just putting it up, no big deal. And That's my website, occultlectures.com. Huz is somdireadings.com, SAMEDIREADINGS.com. Mine is occultlectures.com. You can get classes. My classes are about to start now, start next week, so you guys can join in now. What's the date? Let's be clear on this shit here. All right, so September 22nd is the first class, so that's Sunday. It's 2 days from now. See if you can. I'm gonna put this up. I'm gonna try to get it up tonight. If not tonight, Saturday. See if you can get in. You got that one day. If not, we got a full boat. We're gonna do it on Zoom, free program. Not just catch the next cycle. You could also just get classes. You could just pay for the recordings, or I offer a package. It's on my website of all my class recordings. Over 1,000 hours of just recorded information. Same curriculum, always explained differently. Was this is spiritual? And it's priceless. I'm telling you, it's priceless. You're talking now over about close to 10 years of work that you can have. I can't begin to tell you how priceless that is. But it's available. And that's just recordings. Class is a separate thing. You take the class live is a different thing. You could also get class recordings of one cycle, one class recording, which is a different thing than the deluxe package. Where you will find most of it going down is my Patreon. Patreon.com/BrotherPanic. Patreon.com/BrotherPanic. Classroom level shit. I'm going to start putting up some Bobby Hemmett shit soon. Rare shit that's out of print, that shit that he gave me. I gotta transfer it from VHS to DVD, which I could do. Then DVD, upload it, and then edit and post it. So it's a chore. But hey, that's what we're doing here. So stay tuned. I forgot y'all looking at this shit. Move it out the way. I might see some porno. So remember, 28th, I'm gonna see you niggas. Let's do this. All right, I'm gonna go take a break. There's some more information out of this book we want to deal with, but we've already dealt with the basics, the basic meditations of how to empower your astral body, how to open up the valve, how to block negative thoughts so that this powerful visualization of the astral body has a straight path to where it needs to get unfeathered, unscathed. I'm gonna put this on pause and we're gonna pick it up soon. No tap, beloved.